The second I stepped off the train into the city of Vaudeville, I could feel the weight of its melancholy in the air. Even the drizzle that clung to the city's grimy cobblestones felt a shade darker than your everyday downpour. Vaudeville was a city of high stakes and low morals where vice and virtue danced a wicked waltz. Street lamps, flickering like burnt-out stars, were the only guide through the maze of rain-soaked alleyways and whispering shadows. My name's Martini, detective, troubleshooter, and a lousy sucker for hard luck stories. This wasn't my first circus, but this act was a 3-ring special. 3 murders, no leads, and a city on the brink of bedlam. The victims were as different as chalk and cheese, each a symbol of the city's vibrant veneer. A young dancer who moved like poetry in motion, her life cut short mid-pirouette. The socialite, a woman who knew the city's pulse better than anyone else. And then there was the businessman, the embodiment of vaudeville's promises of progress, snuffed out like a candle in the wind. The usual peace in vaudeville was off-kilter, replaced by the discordant notes of fear and suspicion. Strangers viewed each other through wary eyes, neighbors turned to strangers, and every shadow seemed to hold a secret. The once vibrant city had become a stage, the curtain drawn on a grim play of mystery and murder. In a city without harmony, the police chief was the conductor trying to keep the orchestra in tune. Gretzky was his name, a seasoned cop with a granite jaw and a heart that had seen better days. There was a stark tension, a raw fear that danced like St. Elmo's fire in his eyes. Whatever was happening in vaudeville had Gretzky out of his depth, and that was a sight I'd never thought I'd see. If anyone could make sense of this twisted tale, it would be him. I'd better head to the police station and have a chat with Gretzky for starters.
Well, what brings you here, Detective Martini? Got something interesting to share with me. The murders. Quite a gruesome affair, I must say. 3 victims in a matter of weeks. Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, and Haley Greenwood. All met their untimely demise in different locations, but the brutality of each crime is chilling. What do you know about these cases, detective? Any leads? Well, let me see. Maria Jansen was a young woman, just 23 years old. A real tragedy, that one. And as for Nicola Grossman, he was a seasoned individual at the age of 57. Lastly, we have poor Haley Greenwood, a mere 19 years old. Such a shame to see lives cut short like that. Why do you ask about their ages, Detective Martini? Do you think it's relevant to the investigation? Linked, you say? It's hard to say at this point. The victims don't seem to have any obvious connections. Maria, a Scandinavian beauty, found outside her apartment. Then there's the finance man, Mr. Grossman, discovered near Pascalis Groceries. And let's not forget about the dancer, Miss Greenwood, found in that dark alley behind the club. 3 different walks of life, 3 different locations. But perhaps there's something I'm missing. What makes you think they might be linked, detective? Oh, the cause of death, you ask? Now that's the million-dollar question. I'm afraid I don't have all the details just yet, but what I do know is that the killings were brutal and savage. Each victim suffered a violent attack that led to their demise. It's a grisly business, I tell you. Do you have any information on how they were killed, Detective Martini? Perhaps you've come across something in your own investigation. Now, Detective, don't you think it's your job to find out? But since you're here asking me, I'll indulge you. The bodies are currently at the morgue, awaiting examination by the coroner. If you're looking for more specific details, you might want to pay a visit there. Anything else you need to know, Detective? The club where Haley Greenwood was found, you say? Let me think for a moment. Yes, it was the infamous Club Noir. A place known for its lively atmosphere and late-night entertainment. Quite the hotspot for those seeking a bit of excitement in vaudeville. Why do you ask, Detective Martini? Do you suspect there's a connection between the club and the murder? Maria Jansen, you want to know about her residence, huh? She lived in central vaudeville, just a stone's throw away from her tragic demise. A cozy little apartment, I believe. But why the interest in her living arrangements, Detective? Is there something specific you're trying to uncover?
Oh, well, you see, I'm not sure, but I might have a thought, like they say, every cloud has a silver lining and all that. Maybe, just maybe, there's a piece of the puzzle we're missing. As they say, the truth will set you free, right? So, maybe we should dig deeper and follow the breadcrumbs. But, don't quote me on that, I'm just thinking out loud, like they say, Rome wasn't built in a day.
Yeah, greetings. It seems we find ourselves in the realm of death once again. The inevitability of mortality never ceases to fascinate me. The delicate balance between life and death, the intricate mechanisms that govern our existence. It's truly remarkable. One can't help but ponder what lies beyond, the mysteries that await us on the other side. The fragility of life, Detective, is both captivating and humbling. Well, my dear Detective, the victims met their unfortunate demise in rather brutal ways. Nicola Grossman, the finance man, suffered a fatal blow to the back of his neck with a butcher's knife. Quite a gruesome scene, I must say. As for Haley Greenwood, the young dancer, she was repeatedly struck in the head with a blunt object. Possibly a stiletto shoe. And Maria Jansen, oh dear Maria, her body bore the marks of a savage animal attack. It's quite distressing to imagine the pain they endured in their final moments. My inquisitive companion, the wounds on poor Maria were nothing short of horrifying. Her delicate form was covered in deep lacerations and bite marks, especially on her arms. The strength of one particular bite was so great that it fractured one of her forearm bones. It is truly remarkable to witness the sheer force that can be exerted by an enraged creature. The time of her passing was sometime between the evening of April 22nd and the early morning of April 23rd. Such a tragic end for a woman with a Scandinavian beauty. Oh, Detective Martini, the wounds inflicted upon Nicola Grossman were quite distinct. The fatal blow was delivered to the back of his neck with a butcher's knife, severing vital structures such as the cervical vertebrae and major blood vessels. The precision and intent behind such an act is chilling, isn't it? It's as if someone wanted to ensure a swift and efficient demise. The estimated time of death falls within the window of 9 p.m. to 12 a.m. on the 23rd of April. Maria Jensen's time of death was determined to be on April 22nd between 9 p.m. and 12 a.m. Her body was found in the forest the following morning. The injuries she sustained were quite brutal, resembling those inflicted by an animal. Bite marks were found all over her body, particularly on her arms, with one of her forearm bones fractured due to the force of the bite. It's a tragic and disturbing case. Nicola Grossman's time of death was on the evening of April 23rd, sometime between 9 p.m. and 12 a.m. His cause of death was a single, precise hit on the back of the neck with a butcher's knife. It's a rather gruesome method, isn't it? The wound was deep and fatal, severing vital structures in the cervical region. Quite an unfortunate end for Mr. Grossman. Hayley Greenwood's demise. Such a tragic loss. Her untimely departure occurred on the night of April 21st, during the late hours. The poor girl suffered multiple blows to the head with a blunt object, possibly a stiletto shoe. Judging by the fragments we found embedded in her skull, the force of the strikes caused severe trauma, resulting in extensive intracranial hemorrhaging and brain contusions. It's truly heartbreaking to think about the pain she must have endured. It's certainly a possibility, isn't it? The presence of those fragmented pieces of a stiletto heel lodged in her wounds does suggest that it could have been her own footwear used as a weapon against her. However, further investigation would be necessary to confirm this hypothesis. The type of heel, the size, and any distinguishing marks on the fragment could potentially provide valuable clues. It's a somber reminder of the darkness that can hide behind even the most glamorous of objects. Well, detective determining the exact culprit responsible for these heinous acts is a complex puzzle that requires careful consideration. Each case presents its unique set of circumstances and potential suspects. In the case of Nicola Grossman, the precision of the strike suggests a deliberate and calculated act, possibly indicating a personal motive. As for Hayley Greenwood, the use of her own stiletto shoe as a potential murder weapon raises intriguing questions about the nature of her assailant. In Maria Jensen's brutal injuries, resembling an animal attack, present an entirely different set of possibilities. Oh, the mind certainly spins with the myriad of individuals who could employ such varied methods of violence. The use of a butcher's knife indicates a certain level of familiarity with weaponry. Someone comfortable with wielding a sharp instrument meant for cutting meat. It could be someone with a background in the culinary arts, or perhaps even a butcher themselves. As for the utilization of a stiletto as a deadly object, it hints at a certain level of intimacy. It could be someone close to the victim, someone who had access to her belongings and was familiar with her habits. The nature of the injury sustained by Maria Jensen is indeed quite perplexing. The extensive bite marks and the strength behind them suggest a ferocity typically associated with animal attacks. The presence of fractured bones, particularly in the forearm, signifies a significant amount of force exerted during the assault. It's as if she encountered a creature with an immense bite strength, capable of inflicting severe damage. However, it's important to approach this hypothesis with caution, as further examination and analysis are required to definitively determine the nature of the attacker. The victims, detective, each had their own unique characteristics and circumstances surrounding their deaths. Nicola Grossman, a prominent figure in the finance world, met his end with a precise strike to the back of the neck. Haley Greenwood, a young dancer, suffered multiple blows to the head with a blunt object. And poor Maria Jansen, with her Scandinavian looks, endured a brutal attack that left her covered in blood. It's heartbreaking to think about the lives they led and the potential they had, cut short by such violence. Maria Jansen's occupation, as far as we know, was not directly related to her cause of death. She was a 23-year-old woman with a Scandinavian look found outside her apartment in central Vaudeville, brutally attacked and bearing signs of animal-like injuries. It's tragic to think that someone with their whole life ahead of them could meet such a gruesome fate. We can only hope that justice will be served and that her loved ones find some solace amidst this tragedy.
Bite marks from animal attacks, you say? That's quite peculiar. Are you suggesting that these murders were committed by some sort of wild animal? Well. Seems like we have a case of the beastly murderers on our hands. Quite an interesting turn of events, wouldn't you agree? I must admit, I didn't expect to be dealing with a bloodthirsty creature in our civilized city. Tell me, Detective Martini, what kind of animals around here can inflict such brutal bites? A fatal blow to the neck with a butcher's knife, you say? Now that's a different story altogether. It seems we have a mix of savage beasts and cold-blooded killers roaming the streets of Vaudeville. How intriguing. Do we have any leads on who might be behind these gruesome attacks? Her own stiletto, you say? That's quite an unorthodox weapon choice. It appears we have quite the macabre collection of murder methods in our little city. But tell me, Detective Martini, what could possibly drive someone to kill with their own footwear? Any theories or suspects in mind?
Well, Detective, based on the nature of Maria Jansen's injuries, it's possible that an animal with a strong bite force could have caused them. The presence of bite marks all over her body, especially on the arms, suggests an attack by an animal with sharp teeth. The fractured forearm bone indicates significant force being exerted during the bite. Now, when it comes to the specific type of animal, it's difficult to say without further investigation. However, there are a few possibilities to consider. Large predators such as wolves or big cats could potentially cause such injuries. Lions, my dear detective. While it is true that lions possess formidable jaws and can inflict severe damage, they are not typically found in this region of Europe. We must focus on more local fauna. Perhaps a large predatory feline like a panther or lynx could be responsible for the wounds. They are known for their agility and stealth, making them capable hunters. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility of a human inflicting these wounds, imitating the ferocity of an animal. It is an intriguing puzzle we have before us.
Hi there, welcome to my little slice of grocery paradise. How can I help you today? Need some fresh produce or perhaps a recommendation for a delicious recipe? Oh, and have you heard the latest gossip about the mysterious happenings in Vaudeville? It's positively thrilling. Oh, you haven't heard. Well, let me fill you in on the juiciest bits. There have been some rather unsettling events taking place in our beloved town. 3 people have been found dead in the past few weeks. Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, and Haley Greenwood. Can you believe it? It's like something out of a mystery novel. The whole town is buzzing with speculation about who could be behind these tragic incidents. Some say it's a serial killer, others think it's a curse. Oh, the suspense is simply unbearable. Nicola, oh dear, I wish I had more information to share with you. But you see, my dear friend, I'm just a humble grocery shop owner. I don't have all the details about everyone in Vaudeville. However, I can tell you this much, Nicola was a resident of this lovely city, just like you and me. Beyond that, well, the grapevine hasn't reached my ears with any specific tidbits about their life or the circumstances surrounding their untimely demise. But oh, the rumors are swirling, my friend. Well, my curious friend, the rumor mill has been working overtime lately. I've heard whispers of all kinds of things about the victims. Some say Maria Jansen was involved in a scandalous love affair with a prominent figure in town. Others claim that Haley Greenwood had stumbled upon a hidden treasure and met a tragic end trying to keep it a secret. And as for poor Nicola Grossman, there are whispers that they were mixed up with some shady characters from the underbelly of our otherwise charming town. But you know how gossip goes, my friend. Oh, my friend, you won't believe the gossip I've heard about dear Maria Jansen. Rumor has it that she had a secret lover. They used to meet in the park late at night, whispering sweet nothings under the moonlight. Isn't that scandalous? But you know how rumors can be, they twist and turn. Who knows what the truth really is? But I must say, it does make for an intriguing tale, doesn't it? Ah, the park. Such a romantic setting, don't you think? Well, according to the grapevine, they would rendezvous at the beautiful Rosewood Park. It's known for its enchanting rose gardens and serene atmosphere. Can you imagine the two of them, strolling hand in hand, surrounded by the fragrance of blooming flowers? Ah, love is a splendid thing, my friend. Oh, Haley Greenwood, and her hidden treasure. Now, that's a tale worth sharing. Word on the street is that Haley stumbled upon an old map while exploring the attic of her ancestral home. The map supposedly leads to a long-lost treasure buried somewhere in the outskirts of Vaudeville. Can you believe it? A real-life treasure hunt right here in our beloved city. I can only imagine the excitement and anticipation that must have filled Haley's heart. Who knows, my friend, maybe she was on the verge of uncovering something truly extraordinary? Did I see the map, you asked? Yeah, my friend, I wish I had. But alas, I haven't had the pleasure of laying my eyes on that intriguing piece of parchment. You see, I'm just a humble grocery shop owner, not an adventurer like young Haley. But I can't help but wonder what wonders that map might hold. Perhaps it's a clue to a forgotten era, a glimpse into the past, or even a path to untold riches. Yeah, the possibilities are endless, aren't they? Haley Greenwood, my friend. She lived in a charming little cottage on the outskirts of Vaudeville. It was nestled amidst the rolling hills, surrounded by lush greenery and blooming wildflowers. The cottage had an air of whimsy about it, with its colorful shutters and a garden bursting with vibrant blooms. I remember seeing her step down the cobblestone pathway, always with a smile on her face. It was a place that seemed to radiate warmth and joy. Such a delightful abode for a spirited soul like Haley. Shady business, you say? Well, my friend, let me tell you what I've heard through the grapevine about Nicola Grossman. Rumor has it that Nicola was involved in some sort of underground art scene. Yes, you heard me right. It seems Nicola had a knack for creating controversial and thought-provoking artworks that challenged the norms of society. Some even say that Nicola's creations were so avant-garde that they were deemed too radical for the mainstream art world. Ah, the allure of the underground, where creativity knows no bounds. Foes, you ask? Oh, my friend, in a city as vibrant and diverse as Vaudeville, it's hard to escape the occasional clash of personalities. From what I've gathered, it appears that Nicola may have had a few artistic rivals. You know how it goes in the creative realm, passions run high, and egos clash. But let's not dwell on the negative, shall we? Vaudeville is a place of inspiration and collaboration, after all. Let's focus on the beauty of artistic expression, and the joy it brings to our lives. Cheers to that. Ah, my friend, let me enlighten you about the wonderful world of art in Nicola Grossman. It seems that dear Nicola was not just a painter or a collector, but a true connoisseur of creativity in all its forms. I've heard whispers that they dabbled in various mediums, from painting to sculpture, and even experimental installations. It's as if they had an insatiable appetite for exploring the vast realms of artistry. How marvelous it must have been to witness their passion and dedication firsthand. Truly, a soul touched by the muse of art.
Oh, dear, it seems that the world has lost some of its sparkle lately. But fear not, for I shall bring mischief and delight wherever I go. It's time to add a touch of mischievousness to this somber world, don't you think? Ah, yes, the unfortunate events that have befallen our fair city. Such a tragedy, isn't it? But do you not find it fascinating how darkness can lurk beneath the surface of even the most glamorous places? It's like a thrilling mystery waiting to be unraveled. Oh, the secrets that Vaudeville holds.
Oh, my friend, you've called my name. It's me, your friendly neighborhood grocery shop owner, the one and only, Pascal. What can I do for you today? Are you in need of some delightful produce or perhaps a juicy piece of gossip? Yes, my friend. It's true. Nicola Grossman's body was found right outside my shop. Can you believe it? The shock and disbelief still linger within me. To think that such a tragedy occurred right on my doorstep. But fear not, for the authorities are diligently working to uncover the truth behind these unfortunate events. As a proud shop owner, my focus remains on serving the community and spreading joy through the finest groceries in town. It is my duty to bring smiles and delicious delights to the people of Vaudeville. Oh, my dear friend, a butcher's knife, you say? How macabre. It's like something out of a thrilling mystery novel. But let's not jump to conclusions just yet. We must trust in the capable hands of Chief Greatsky and the diligent detectives to unravel the secrets and find justice for poor Nicola. In the meantime, let me distract you with something more delightful. Have you tried my freshly baked apple pie? It's a slice of heaven, I tell you. A butcher's knife, you asked? Well, my friend, as a grocery shop owner, I do have a variety of knives in my shop. Butcher's knives, chef's knives, paring knives, you name it. A good cook knows the importance of having the right tools for the job. But let me assure you, my knives are used solely for culinary purposes. Slicing and dicing vegetables, preparing succulent cuts of meat, that's where their true magic lies. Aha, the famous butcher's knife. You're quite curious, my friend. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I cannot show you my collection of kitchen utensils at the moment. You see, they're all neatly tucked away in the back of the store, ready to assist me in creating delightful dishes for my customers. But worry not, I have an assortment of other intriguing items that might catch your fancy. How about a selection of exotic spices or a jar of homemade pickles? Trust me, they're positively divine.
Oh, it's such a tragedy, isn't it? 3 lives lost in such a short span of time. I must say, it does make one appreciate the fragility of life. But no, I didn't have the pleasure of knowing any of the victims personally. Such a shame, really. Occupation. Well, I suppose you could call me a lady of leisure. As an heiress and a widow, I have the luxury of not having to work for a living. My days are filled with pursuits of elegance and refinement. But enough about me, let's focus on solving this dreadful mystery, shall we? Thank you for your condolences, but let's not dwell on the past, shall we? Life is meant to be enjoyed, and that's exactly what I intend to do. Now, let's get back to the matter at hand, this mysterious case. There's no time to waste. Ah, my dear Victor. He was quite the character. Wealthy, of course, but unfortunately lacking in the sense of adventure. He was always so concerned with appearances and maintaining our social status. But now that he's gone, I can finally live life on my own terms. No more restrictions, no more stifling expectations. It's quite liberating, I must say. Well, Detective Martini, it seems you're rather curious about my late husband's demise. I'll admit it was a rather unexpected turn of events. You see, poor Victor fell victim to a bout of flu during a trip to India. Quite tragic, really. But I suppose it's just a reminder that even the most privileged among us are not immune to the whims of fate. Life can be so unpredictable, don't you think? Oh, my dear detective, you have stumbled upon a little secret of mine. My dear departed Victor was, in fact, a banker. How dreadfully mundane, don't you think? But let's not dwell on such dull matters. There are far more intriguing things to discuss, like this captivating mystery we find ourselves entangled in. Now, let's uncover the truth together, shall we? Oh, how I wish I could provide you with some juicy gossip, Detective Martini. But alas, my late husband had no connection to any of the victims. It seems their paths never crossed in this tangled web of Vaudeville society. Such a shame, really. It would have made for quite a scandalous tale, wouldn't it? But fear not, I'm sure we'll unearth some fascinating secrets soon enough. The world of the elite is always brimming with intrigue, after all. Nicola Grossman, you say? Yes, I do recall hearing that name in passing. It appears my dear Victor may have had some business dealings with him. But you must understand, my involvement in such matters was minimal. Victor kept his professional affairs separate from our personal life. So, while they may have been acquainted, I can assure you it was nothing more than a mere association. Now, let's focus on unraveling this mystery, shall we? There's no time to waste on idle speculation. India, you ask? Why, yes, I did have the pleasure of visiting that vibrant country with my late husband. It was quite the adventure, I must admit. The colors, the sounds, the exotic flavors. It was a feast for the senses. But alas, that trip ended in tragedy with poor Victor's untimely demise. It's a shame, really. But I suppose it's all part of a grand tapestry of life, isn't it? The highs and lows, the joys and sorrows. It's what makes it all so thrilling. It's such a dreadful thing, isn't it? The flu can strike anyone, even the most well-to-do among us. One can never be too careful, I always say. But, you know, there are whispers of something more sinister surrounding his illness. Some say it wasn't just a mere flu that took him. But of course, those are just idle rumors. We'll never know for sure, will we? Life can be so mysterious sometimes, don't you think? Mrs. Yes, Victor did see a doctor. But you see, Detective Martini, doctors can only do so much, can't they? Sometimes, fate has its own plans, and no amount of medical expertise can change that. It's a sobering reminder of our own mortality, isn't it? But let's not dwell on the past. There are far more intriguing matters at hand, wouldn't you agree? Miss Esso, my dear, I'm afraid I didn't return from that fateful journey alone. You know, they say that tragedy has a way of bringing people together. But let's not delve into such melancholic topics. Instead, let's focus on the present and solving this captivating mystery. The world is full of secrets, and I intend to uncover them all, one by one. Now, off we go, Detective. My apologies, but I'm unable to assist. Oh, Detective, you have touched upon a sensitive subject. Victor's final resting place is a solemn reminder of the fragility of life. But I must confess, I find cemeteries to be rather intriguing places. So much history, so many stories buried beneath the earth. Perhaps one day, if you're lucky, I'll reveal the location. But for now, let's keep our focus on the enigma at hand, shall we?
Hey there, so nice to see you again. How's everything going? Anything exciting happening in your world? Oh, this place. This is Coral, one of the coolest bars in town. It's got this amazing undersea theme going on, with all sorts of decorations that make you feel like you're diving into an ocean adventure. It's a hotspot for musicians and dancers from all over the world who are looking to kickstart their careers in vaudeville. It's such a vibrant and lively place, full of energy and creativity. Have you ever been here before? Well, Detective Martini, welcome to the neighborhood. You're in for a real treat. Coral is a gem in the city, a hub of artistic expression and talent. The atmosphere is electric, the music is infectious, and the dance floor is always alive with passion and movement. You'll meet all kinds of fascinating people from different walks of life, each with their own unique story to tell. It's a great place to connect with fellow artists and creatives. Who knows, you might even find some inspiration for your own dreams and aspirations. Oh, no, I work here at Coral. I'm actually pursuing my dream as a ballerina. But I love coming here to soak up the energy and support my friends who perform here. It's such a vibrant and inspiring environment. So, how about you? What brings you to this bar? Are you drawn to the art and culture scene in Vaudeville too? Haley, yes, I knew her. She was an incredible dancer and a dear friend of mine. We used to dance together and share our dreams of making it big in the world of ballet. It's still hard to believe that she's gone. Losing her has been a devastating blow to all of us who knew and loved her. She had so much potential, so much talent. It breaks my heart to think that her light was extinguished so soon. I'm determined to find out the truth about what happened to her, to bring justice to her memory. Absolutely. Haley was not only a ballerina, but she was also incredibly talented. She had this grace and elegance in her movements that would leave you in awe. She was dedicated to her craft and poured her heart and soul into every performance. It's such a tragedy that her life was cut short, especially when she had so much more to offer to the world of dance. I miss her dearly, and I'm sure the entire community here in Vaudeville feels the same way. We're all devastated by her loss. Detective Martini, my dear friend, I'm so glad you asked about that. You see, before her untimely passing, Haley was actually part of a prestigious ballet company called In Point. It's one of the most renowned ballet companies in the city, known for its exquisite performances and exceptional talent. They have graced stages all over the world, captivating audiences with their artistry and skill. And let me tell you, seeing Haley perform on that stage was like witnessing pure magic. She had this incredible ability to transport you to another realm with her graceful movements. Oh, the last time I saw Haley. It was a few days before her tragic death. We had met up for coffee at our favorite cafe in Vaudeville. We were catching up on life, sharing our dreams and aspirations, just like we always did. She was so full of life and energy that day, talking about her upcoming performance with such excitement. It breaks my heart to think that it was the last time I would ever get to see her beautiful smile and hear her infectious laughter. I miss her so much, Detective Martini. You know, I'm not entirely sure what she was up to in her final moments, but I do know that she was fully immersed in her ballet career. She was constantly pushing herself to new heights, taking on challenging roles and striving for perfection. I remember her telling me about an upcoming audition she was preparing for, a chance to showcase her talent on an even bigger stage. She was so determined and dedicated, it was truly inspiring. It's devastating to think that her journey was cut short, but I believe that her spirit will live on through her art.
Well, what do we have here? A new face in the crowd. Don't be shy, darling. Come on over and join the fun. What brings you to our little corner of Vaudeville tonight? Oh, my dear, you stumbled upon the Cabane Violette. This is the most enchanting burlesque dance theater in all of Vaudeville. It's a place where dreams come to life, where the art of seduction meets the thrill of performance. We entertain, we tease, and we leave the audience wanting more. So, tell me, have you ever experienced the magic of a burlesque show before? Oh, how intriguing. Investigating the murders, you say? How thrilling. But forgive me, darling, I'm not one to gossip or delve into such dark matters. My world is all about beauty, sensuality, and captivating performances. However, I do hope you find the answers you seek. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must finish preparing for tonight's tantalizing showcase. Enjoy your evening, Detective. Haley Greenwood. Yes, the unfortunate loss. Such a tragedy. But no, my dear, Haley Greenwood was not a part of our troupe here at Bumblebee. She had her own style and charm as a dancer, but she wasn't part of our burlesque family. I'm sure you'll find more information on her elsewhere. Is there anything else I can assist you with, or perhaps you'd like to experience the magic of burlesque for yourself? The victims. You mean Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, and poor Haley? No, I'm afraid I didn't know them personally. It's such a dreadful thing that has happened, isn't it? But you see, my world revolves around the stage, the lights, and the applause. I don't usually involve myself in such grim matters. Now, tell me, have you ever seen one of my mesmerizing performances? I'm delighted that you're curious about my role here. Well, my dear, I am a burlesque dancer. I grace the Bumblebee test stage with my sensual and captivating performances. I bring fantasies to life, teasing and tantalizing the audience with my moves and charm. It's quite the thrill, I must say. But enough about me, darling. Is there anything specific you'd like to learn or ask about my burlesque artistry? Maria Jansen, you mean? No, I'm afraid I didn't have the pleasure of knowing her. It's such a shame what happened to her, though. But let's focus on the positive, shall we? Tell me, have you ever witnessed the magic of a burlesque performance before? It's an experience like no other, I assure you. Oh, darling, you know how gossip spreads like wildfire in vaudeville. It's like a never-ending swirl of whispers and secrets. But I must admit, I try my best to stay away from all that drama. I prefer to immerse myself in the world of art and entertainment. However, if you have any fascinating tidbits to share, I'm all ears. After all, curiosity is one of my many charms. Why do you want to know? Are you interested in visiting my humble abode? I'm afraid I can't invite you over, but I assure you, it's a cozy little place. But enough about me, let's focus on the magic of the burlesque show tonight. You won't want to miss it. Well, darling, I'm thrilled that you're eager to experience the spectacle. The show is about to start in just a few minutes. The anticipation is palpable, isn't it? The lights, the music, the energy in the air. It's simply electrifying. I can't wait to take the stage and mesmerize the audience. Are you ready to be enchanted, my dear detective? Nicola Grossman. I'm not quite sure, my curious friend. You see, I'm usually focused on my own performances in the world of burlesque. But it wouldn't surprise me if Nicola had been here at some point. This place attracts all sorts of fascinating individuals. Perhaps you should ask around or check with the management. Now, let's not waste any more time. The show is about to begin, and I wouldn't want you to miss a moment of the magic. Speak to the management. Well, of course, you can, my dear detective. The manager's office is just down the hall. They're lovely people, always ensuring that everything runs smoothly. But tell me, why do you wish to speak with them? Is there something specific you're looking for? I'm always intrigued by the detective's mind at work. Well, Detective Martini, you certainly have piqued my curiosity. If you're interested in knowing whether or not our beloved vaudeville has been graced by the presence of the enigmatic Nicola Grossman, then by all means, do pay a visit to the charming folks in the managerial realm. They might have some insight for you. And who knows, perhaps they'll have some juicy gossip to share as well. Now, off you go, my inquisitive friend, and may your investigation lead you down a path of intrigue and excitement. Oh, the manager. Such a delightful character they are. I must say, I'm quite fond of them. Their name is Madame Celeste, a woman of great charm and grace. She's the one who keeps this place running like a finely tuned machine. If you're lucky, you may catch her in her office, adorned with vintage posters and a collection of antique trinkets. Do let me know if you discover anything interesting, won't you? I do love a good story. But now, my dear detective, it's time for me to prepare for my performance.
Hi there, how can I help you today? Is there something specific you'd like to discuss? Oh, this is the Vaudeville Country Club. It's an exclusive club for the high society of Vaudeville. People come here to relax, play sports, and socialize. It's quite a lovely place, don't you think? Murders? No, I can't say that I've heard about any recent murders. What happened? Can you fill me in on the details? What? That's terrible. I had no idea. Who were these people? Do you know anything about the circumstances surrounding their deaths? Oh, I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. My name is Michelle. I'm an entrepreneur and socialite here in Vaudeville. I'm quite involved in the fashion industry and attend many social events. But enough about me, let's get back to those tragic incidents. Can you tell me more about Nicola, Maria, and Haley? Were they connected in some way? Maria, yes, I knew her. We used to hang out together with Mr. and Mrs. Potter. She was such a vibrant and lively person. It's really shocking to hear about her passing. Do you know anything more about what happened to her? Animal attacks. That's quite unusual. I didn't realize there were dangerous animals in this area. How did that happen? Were there any witnesses or evidence that suggest it was indeed an animal attack? Wait, Maria visited this club. I had no idea. When was she here? Do you know if she came alone or with someone? The Potters. Yes, they do come to the Vaudeville Country Club quite often. They're part of the high society circle, like me. Why do you ask? Is there something specific you want to know about them? The Potters. Well, they're a wealthy and influential couple in our social circles. Mr. Potter is known for his business ventures, and Mrs. Potter is always impeccably dressed. I must say, they're a bit more reserved compared to some of our other friends, but they're generally pleasant to be around. Can I help you with anything regarding them? Mr. Potter died. I had no idea. When and how did that happen? It's quite shocking news. He passed away from flu while visiting India. That's tragic. I had no clue he was even in India. Do you know why he was there? Was it related to business or personal matters? Oh, I knew them fairly well. We would often socialize together, attend events, and have conversations about various topics. However, I wouldn't say we were extremely close. Why do you ask? Is there something specific you want to know about my relationship with them? Miss Potter. Do you mean Mrs. Potter? Well, we do spend time together at social gatherings and have pleasant conversations. But I can't really call her a friend in the truest sense of the word. We're more acquaintances, I suppose. What made you curious about our connection? Mrs. Potter talked about her husband's death. I can't say that she mentioned it to me directly. We haven't had a chance to discuss it. Why do you ask? Is there something specific you're trying to find out about their conversation?
Oh, it's such a dreadful memory. My dear husband Victor passed away 2 years ago during our trip to India. The flu took him so suddenly it was quite a shock. But life must go on, don't you think? Well, you see, Detective, my late husband and I were exploring business opportunities in different parts of the world. We thought it would be rather exciting to venture into the Indian market. Of course, it was also an opportunity for us to indulge in the exotic culture and vibrant atmosphere. But alas, fate had other plans. Life can be so unpredictable, don't you agree? I'm afraid I don't have a specific occupation, dear. You could say I am a housewife and an heiress, enjoying the comforts and luxuries that come with my status. My dear Victor was quite the businessman, but he always insisted that I focus on keeping up appearances and tending to the household. But now, with him gone, I find myself free to explore the things that truly bring me joy. And let me tell you, it's quite exhilarating. Oh, India, such a fascinating and vibrant country, Detective. We were exploring various business opportunities, considering investments and partnerships. The possibilities seemed endless, and it was such a thrilling prospect. But alas, fate had other plans, and our dreams were cut short. It's a shame, really. But who knows, perhaps there are other adventures waiting for me just around the corner. Life is full of surprises, isn't it? Ah, Michelle, what a charming name. It brings back memories of the social gatherings and parties we used to attend. Such delightful company she was. But you know, dear, life moves on and people come and go. It's all part of the grand tapestry of existence, isn't it? Now, if you'll excuse me, I must find the finest oranges for my afternoon tea. Good day to you, dear Detective. India, Detective, was a place of immense possibilities. We were exploring various business ventures, considering investments that could have brought great wealth and prosperity. But alas, fate had different plans for us. It's a shame, really. The allure of the unknown can be so captivating, don't you think? Life is full of missed opportunities, but one can only move forward and embrace the adventures that lie ahead. Excuse me, I simply cannot resist these beautifully ripe strawberries. Farewell, Detective.
Madam Celeste, you say? What business do you have with her? Interviewing Madame Celeste, eh? And what makes you think she has any information relevant to your investigation? Madame Celeste, you say? And how exactly do you know that she has knowledge about Nicola visiting Cabane Violette? Ah, so Marina H. directed you towards the management, did she? Well, I must admit, I have my doubts about the integrity of these performers and their so-called management. But if you believe it's worth a shot, then go ahead. Just don't get your hopes up too high. Maria Jansen hanging out with the Potters, you say? Interesting. And who is this Michelle you mentioned? Do you have any reason to trust her information? Oh, so you're relying on the word of a friend of the Potters, are you? And what does this friend, Miss Potter, have to do with the case? I'm curious to know how she's connected to Maria and if she has any valuable insights. Mr. Potter's death, you say? Well, I must admit, I don't have that information at hand. But now you've piqued my curiosity. How did he meet his unfortunate demise? The flu, you say? Now that's rather peculiar. While the flu can be quite unpleasant, it's not typically a cause for concern in terms of mortality. Are you certain there wasn't anything more to it? Lying about her husband's death, you suggest? Well, it wouldn't be the first time someone has concealed the truth, now would it? But tell me, what makes you suspect that Mrs. Potter might be hiding something? Is there any evidence or motive behind your suspicion? So you're interested in knowing where Maria Jansen lived, are you? I suppose that could be relevant to our investigation. Do you have a specific address in mind, or are you looking for general information about her residence?
Yeah, another admirer of the great and magnificent Monsieur Saxe-Sauber. How delightful. I am the one and only, the illustrious and enigmatic, the lion tamer extraordinaire. The incomparable Monsieur Saxe-Sauber. This place, my dear interlocutor, is none other than the backstage of the Circus Saxe-Sauber, the greatest circus in the world. Maria, oh, my friend, there are so many Marias in the world. Be more specific, won't you? No, my friend. I do not know any Maria Jansen. No, I do not. No, I do not. Oh, my dear, gossip is not my cup of tea. I am far too occupied with the grandeur of the circus to concern myself with such trivial matters. Of course, we have animals here. We are a circus after all. Yes, we have lions, lynx, and wolves. Only if they are foolish enough to provoke them. No, I haven't heard about those murders. Enough to make the audience tremble with awe. No. I tame the beasts. Lions, my friend. It doesn't. Yes, 12 magnificent creatures under my command. Never. Absolutely. No. Meat. They're fierce and majestic. You're welcome.
Good day, I must say. I wasn't expecting any visitors today. Might I inquire as to what brings you to my humble abode? Yes, the recent unfortunate events. Truly, a dark cloud hanging over our beloved Vaudeville. What can I assist you with regarding these dreadful murders? Oh, the victims, you say? Well, I'm afraid I don't know much about them. I've been quite occupied with my collection and various other endeavors. Why do you ask? Are you suspecting a connection between me and these poor souls? My dear detective, I collect a wide range of rare items and precious artifacts from all around the world. I have a particular fondness for pieces with intriguing histories and unique cultural significance. From ancient masks and tribal art to antique weaponry and exquisite jewelry, my collections are truly diverse. It's a lifelong passion of mine, you see. Is there something specific you'd like to see or discuss? Oh, yes, indeed. India, a land of vibrant culture and rich history. I have acquired some fascinating artifacts from that enchanting country. Intricately carved sculptures, ornate textiles, and even a few mystical relics said to possess extraordinary powers. Would you like to hear more about them? Yeah, I'm delighted to share the tales of my Indian treasures. Let me regale you with the story of a magnificent statue I obtained from the ancient city of Varanasi. It is said to be a representation of the Hindu deity Shiva, the lord of destruction and transformation. The craftsmanship is simply exquisite, with every intricate detail meticulously captured. Legend has it that this statue possesses a certain mystic energy capable of bestowing blessings upon those who gaze upon it with reverence. Quite intriguing, wouldn't you agree? But enough about me and my collection. Nicola, you say? I'm afraid I can't recall anyone by that name. Who is this Nicola you speak of? Is there some connection to the recent events? Pray, do enlighten me. Murdered, you say? How dreadful. I'm terribly sorry to hear that. But alas, I must confess that I am not familiar with this individual named Nikolai. It's a tragedy, nonetheless. May I ask, what was their occupation or any other pertinent information that might shed some light on this unfortunate incident? A businessman, you say? Fascinating. Vaudeville is indeed a city bustling with entrepreneurial spirits. I wonder what line of business this Mr. Nicola was involved in. Was he a local entrepreneur or someone from out of town? And do you suspect that his murder is connected to the other incidents in Vaudeville? I find it rather unsettling to think that such violence has befallen our community. Mr. Potter, you say? How intriguing. I must admit, I am quite acquainted with the Potters. They are esteemed members of the social circle here in Vaudeville. But pray tell, what kind of business did Mr. Potter and this Nikolai engage in? And do you believe their association has any relevance to the recent tragedies that have befallen us? It's all quite perplexing, isn't it? Friendship can be a complex matter, can it not? Mr. and Mrs. Potter are indeed acquaintances of mine, although I hesitate to call them close friends. We have crossed paths at various events and gatherings, engaging in pleasant conversation and sharing mutual interests. But I wouldn't go as far as to claim an intimate friendship. Why do you ask? Is there some particular reason or concern regarding my relationship with the Potters? Interest shared with the Potters, you say? Well, I must admit, I find their company quite delightful. We share a love for the finer things in life, such as art, music, and engaging conversation. They have a keen eye for exquisite pieces, much like myself. We often indulge in discussions about our respective collections and the latest acquisitions we've made. It's always fascinating to exchange stories and experiences with fellow enthusiasts. But why do you ask? Is there something specific you'd like to know about our shared interests? The conversations with the Potters. We've discussed a myriad of magnificent pieces over the years. From ancient Egyptian artifacts to Renaissance paintings, the range is truly vast. One piece that comes to mind is a stunning porcelain vase, adorned with intricate hand-painted scenes from Chinese folklore. It's a true marvel of craftsmanship. But I'm curious, why do you inquire about the specifics of our conversations? Are you hoping to uncover some connection between these conversations and the recent tragedies? Travel with the Potters to foreign countries. Oh, how I wish I had the opportunity.
Unfortunately, I haven't had the pleasure of accompanying them on their adventures abroad. They are quite the globetrotters, you see, always exploring new horizons and immersing themselves in different cultures. I must admit, I do feel a twinge of envy when they regale me with tales of their travels. But alas, my own collection keeps me quite occupied here at home. Is there a particular trip you had in mind? The India trip, you say? How intriguing. I do recall the Potters mentioning their plans to venture to India, such a vibrant and culturally rich country. I'm afraid I wasn't able to join them on that expedition, but I'm curious to know more. Did they have any specific purpose for their journey? Were they seeking business opportunities or perhaps looking to expand their collections? It's a shame I couldn't be a part of it, but I'd love to hear more about their experiences.
Oh, Count Gravesen. How lucky you're to spend time with such a fascinating man. I've heard he has quite the collection of peculiar artifacts and stories to tell. Do share any interesting tidbits or adventures you've had with him. It would be a delightful distraction from this dreary day. Ah, relics, you say. Well, I must admit I have a fondness for collecting oddities and curiosities. There's something thrilling about owning a piece of history, don't you think? But alas, my dear, I'm afraid I haven't had the chance to add anything new to my collection recently. Perhaps you could regale me with tales of your own relic hunting escapades. Oh, the purpose of the India trip. How intriguing. You see, my late husband Victor and Count Gravesen, along with some other investors and entertainers, ventured to India to explore the possibility of starting a business together. They were quite taken by the idea of establishing a wandering show of peculiar artifacts and artists from all corners of the world. It was quite the grand adventure, I dare say. Though sadly Victor never returned from that trip. Such a tragedy. But enough about that, my dear detective. Tell me, have you ever been to India? Ah, the companions on the fateful journey to India with my beloved Victor and Count Gravesen. Let me think. There were a few others who joined them, but none of them bear any significance to our current conversation. I'm afraid. Now, let's not dwell on the past, shall we? There are more pressing matters at hand. Do let me know if you need any assistance finding those exquisite oranges, will you? Well, detective, it seems I've been caught in a little web of my own making. How astute of you to notice the discrepancy in my words. I suppose I do have a penchant for mischief, do I? But fear not, dear detective, for my intentions are not to deceive. I simply find it amusing to weave a tapestry of tales and see who dares to unravel them. After all, life can be so dreadfully mundane without a touch of mystery, wouldn't you agree? Oh, my apologies if I gave the impression that Victor and Gravesen found something remarkable in India. You know, sometimes the allure of a grand adventure can cloud one's judgment. But alas, they returned empty-handed, much to their disappointment. It's a shame, really. The world is full of hidden treasures waiting to be discovered, and yet they came back with nothing more than stories and memories. Such a pity, isn't it? But enough about that, my curious friend. Is there anything else I can assist you with today? My dear detective, I must confess that I do not possess the knowledge of what Victor and Count Gravison specifically found or expected to find in India. You see, my involvement in their ventures was limited, and they were quite secretive about their endeavors. But I can assure you, whatever it was, it must have been quite extraordinary to capture their attention. Now, if you excuse me, I believe I found the most exquisite mushrooms over there. A delightful addition to my culinary pursuits, wouldn't you say? Love, my dear, is a complex and multifaceted emotion. It weaves its way through the tapestry of our lives, sometimes vibrant and passionate, and other times distant and cold. As for my late husband, let's just say that our relationship was an interesting dance of duty and societal expectations. But enough about that, let's focus on more captivating topics, shall we? Like the thrill of unraveling a mystery or the allure of exploring new destinations. Life is too short to dwell on matters of the heart, don't you agree?
So, Detective Martini, you mentioned a connection between Maria Jansen and the Potters, as well as an India trip. Tell me more about it. Interesting. Maria Jansen, Victor Potter, and Gravison on an India trip together. That's quite the combination. Do we have any concrete evidence to support this claim?
Oh, Detective Martini, you're such an interesting person. I'm curious, do you know if the Potters were collectors of anything in particular? They always seemed to have such exquisite taste in everything they owned. Oh, relics and artifacts. How fascinating. I must admit, I never knew the Potters had a penchant for collecting historical treasures. It's quite intriguing. Do you have any specific relics or artifacts in mind that they might have been interested in? Detective Martini, you've piqued my interest. Are you suggesting that the Potters were particularly fond of collecting Indian relics and artifacts? That's certainly unexpected. I had no idea they had such a fascination with the culture and history of India. It makes me wonder if their recent trip to India had something to do with their collection. Perhaps they were seeking out unique pieces to add to their treasure trove. It's definitely something worth looking into.
So Detective Martini, it seems that you are quite well informed. Yes, indeed, I did venture to India with Mr. Victor Potter. Quite an adventurous journey it was. What brings up this particular topic? Are you interested in hearing about our escapades in the exotic land of India? Yeah, I see that my tales have piqued your interest. Very well, let me regale you with some highlights from our trip to the vibrant and enchanting lands of India. Picture this. Vast deserts stretching as far as the eye can see, bustling bazaars filled with colorful fabrics and spices, and the aroma of delicious street food wafting through the air. We explored ancient temples adorned with intricate carvings and marveled at the grandeur of majestic palaces. One of the most memorable experiences was when we attended a traditional Indian wedding. Oh, absolutely. You know me, always on the lookout for unique treasures to add to my collection. In fact, during our time in India, I came across some extraordinary artifacts. There was this exquisite carved ivory figurine that depicted a mythical creature, said to bring good fortune. And then, of course, there was a set of intricately designed jewelry that once belonged to a Rajput queen. Truly remarkable pieces. Is there something specific you'd like to know about my findings? Oh, Mr. Potter, my dear companion on this grand adventure. He did indeed find a few fascinating items for his own esteemed collection. Let me think. Yes, he acquired a magnificent antique sword, rumored to have been wielded by a valiant warrior in ancient times. And there was also a beautifully crafted tapestry depicting a legendary battle scene. Quite impressive, if I do say so myself. Why do you ask? Are you interested in Mr. Potter's acquisitions as well? Oh, splendid. It warms my heart to know that you share an interest in Mr. Potter's findings as well. Pray, do tell me, Detective Martini, are there any particular pieces from his collection that have caught your attention? I find it quite delightful to discuss the unique and captivating treasures that we all acquire in our pursuits. My apologies, but I'm afraid I don't have the information you're looking for. Did Mr. Potter contract the flu during our trip to India? I must admit, I do not recall such an occurrence. However, it is possible that he may have fallen ill at some point. You see, Detective Martini, with the many adventures we embarked upon in the diverse environments we encountered, it is not uncommon for one's health to be tested. But I assure you, we persevered and made the most of our time in India. Is there a reason why you specifically ask about Mr. Potter's health during our journey? Oh, dear me, that is quite distressing news to hear about Mr. Potter. I had no knowledge of his passing, let alone from the flu. How tragic. My deepest condolences to his wife and loved ones. I wonder, though, how did you come to learn about this unfortunate event? It is always disconcerting when someone we know meets an untimely end. Well, Detective Martini, I must admit that your line of questioning has taken a rather unexpected turn. It seems there may be some confusion. As far as I recall, Mr. Potter and I returned from our trip to India together in good health. If there is any information suggesting otherwise, I would be most intrigued to understand the source of this discrepancy. Could you kindly enlighten me on where you obtained this information about Mr. Potter's health? From his wife, you say. How peculiar. I had no idea that Mr. Potter's wife had been discussing his health with others. It is indeed a mystery to me why she would claim that he died from the flu during our journey to India. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding or miscommunication at play here. I would be quite interested to hear more about this conversation with Mrs. Potter. Would you mind sharing the details, Detective Martini? It may help shed some light on this perplexing matter. Ah, yes, the other individuals who accompanied us on the trip to India. Well, let me think. There were a few other esteemed guests who joined us on this grand adventure. We had the pleasure of the company of Monsieur Saxabar, a renowned circus performer and animal trainer. His expertise with exotic creatures added an extra layer of excitement to our travels. And then there was Madame Delacroix, a talented artist who captured the essence of the Indian landscapes with her breathtaking paintings. Quite a diverse and fascinating group, if I do say so myself. Madame Delacroix. Oh, she is a remarkable individual, Detective Martini. A true artistic talent with a unique perspective on the world. Her vibrant brushstrokes and keen eye for detail have captivated audiences far and wide. I must admit, I find her work quite inspiring. Why do you ask about her, Detective Martini? Have you had the opportunity to appreciate her artistry as well? Where to find Madame Delacroix, you say? That is a rather intriguing question. You see, my dear detective, artists like her tend to be elusive creatures, often wandering in search of inspiration and new experiences. I'm afraid I do not have a specific location for you, as she is known to frequent various cities and cultural hubs. However, if you are truly interested in meeting her or experiencing her artwork, I would suggest keeping an ear to the ground for any upcoming exhibitions or events that may showcase her talents. Monsieur Saxabar, a fascinating character indeed. His inclusion in our India trip was quite an unexpected turn of events. It seems that Monsieur Saxabar had heard tales of the mystical beasts and exotic wildlife that inhabit the Indian subcontinent, and he simply couldn't resist the allure. His expertise in training animals, particularly his renowned skills with the manticore, made him a valuable addition to our group. But I must admit, I've always wondered why he chose to join us. Perhaps he saw it as an opportunity to expand his horizons and discover new wonders. A manticore, you say? Oh, it's a truly captivating creature from ancient mythology. A legendary beast with the body of a lion, the wings of a bat, and a tail that ends in a cluster of deadly spines. Fascinating, isn't it? But I'm curious, Detective Martini, what piques your interest about the manticore? Are you familiar with its lore and legends, or perhaps you've encountered one yourself? Pray, do share your thoughts. Oh, my dear detective, I must confess that the existence of real manticores is a matter of great debate and speculation. While the tales and depictions of these mythical creatures have captured the imaginations of many throughout history, their actual existence remains unproven. However, as a collector of oddities and curiosities, I must admit that the allure of such fantastical creatures is quite irresistible. Do you have any particular reason for asking about the reality of manticores? Is there a story or legend that has caught your attention? Expect to find a manticore in India. Now that is an intriguing thought, Detective Martini. I cannot say that it was a specific expectation of mine, as the manticore is traditionally associated with other regions and mythologies. But I do wonder, why do you ask? Has there been some mention or sighting of a manticore in India recently? I'm always eager to learn about new discoveries and legends, especially if they involve these captivating and elusive creatures. Did I? How peculiar. It seems I may have misspoken, or perhaps there was a misunderstanding. I don't recall mentioning that Monsieur Saxabar expected to find a manticore in India. It's possible that my words were misconstrued or that I simply misspoke. I do apologize for any confusion caused. Is there anything else you would like to know about our journey to India, or perhaps another topic of interest we can explore? Oh, the trip to India. Such a remarkable adventure it was. I must say, Detective Martini, your curiosity about this particular expedition has piqued my own intrigue. What aspect of the trip would you like to delve into further? the vibrant markets of Jaipur, the serene backwaters of Kerala, or the majestic temples of Varanasi? Or perchance, you'd like to hear about the encounters we had with the locals and the cultural exchanges that took place. Cultural exchanges, you ask? Well, during our time in India, we had the opportunity to immerse ourselves in the rich tapestry of Indian culture. We engaged in conversations with local artisans, sampled traditional cuisine, and even participated in some traditional dance and music performances. It was a chance to learn and appreciate the customs and traditions of a land so different from our own. I'm curious, though, what specifically interests you about these cultural exchanges? Is there a certain aspect or experience you'd like to know more about? Oh, indeed, Detective Martini. Engaging with the locals was an integral part of our journey. We had the pleasure of conversing with many fascinating individuals, from shopkeepers in bustling markets to humble villagers in remote areas. Their stories, perspectives, and insights added a layer of depth to our understanding of the country and its people. I must say, their warmth and hospitality were truly remarkable. But I'm quite intrigued by your interest in this particular topic. Are you hoping to uncover something specific about the interactions we had with the locals? Talking to the locals about manticores, you ask? Well, I can't recall any explicit discussions about manticores during our conversations with the local residents. However, it is possible that some folklore or mythical creatures may have been mentioned in passing. The tales and legends vary from region to region, and it's always intriguing to hear the local beliefs and superstitions. But I'm curious, why the fascination with manticores, my dear detective? Is there a reason you're particularly interested in their presence in India?
India, a land of mysticism and wonder. Yes, my dear friend, I have indeed ventured to that exotic realm. But let us not dwell on my adventures there, for tonight, the spotlight is on me and my magnificent circus. Oh, my friend, I have traveled to many places, including the enchanted lands of India. But let's not get distracted from the grandeur of my circus. Tonight, the world will witness the most breathtaking spectacle ever seen. The greatest show on earth, my friend. But you'll have to come and see it for yourself. Words cannot do justice to the marvels that await you under the big top. Absolutely. Manticores, my friend, hold a special place in my heart. Their ferocity and mythical lore make them a captivating subject for any lion tamer worth their salt. But enough about manticores, let us focus on the wonders that lie within my circus. The manticore, my dear friend, is a legendary creature with the body of a lion, the head of a human, and a tail that ends in a cluster of deadly spikes. Now, let's get back to discussing my magnificent circus, shall we? Of course, my friend. I have encountered many mythical beasts in my illustrious career. But let us not dwell on such fantastical creatures when there are real wonders to behold at my grand circus. That, my friend, is a secret I shall keep locked away in my enigmatic heart. My dear detective, secrets are what make life interesting, don't you agree? Now, let us steer our conversation back to the captivating world of my circus. Ridiculous. Who spread such baseless rumors? I have no knowledge of any Count Gravesen. Now, let us discuss matters more befitting of the grandeur and excitement of my circus. Because, my dear detective, it's none of your business. No.
Madame Delacroix. I'm not familiar with that name. Is she connected to the recent murders? Madame Delacroix, you say? Well. Tell me, Detective Martini, what do we know about this mysterious lady? Where does she fit into the puzzle of these gruesome murders? Maria Jansen, you mentioned. I don't recall her being an artist. But then again, my memory isn't what it used to be. Why do you ask? Do you suspect a connection between her artistic endeavors and her unfortunate demise? Maria's occupation, you say? Well, let me think for a moment. If I remember correctly, Maria was a young woman who worked as a waitress at one of the local cafes here in Vaudeville. Quite a different profession from that of an artist, wouldn't you agree? But who knows, perhaps she had hidden talents or aspirations. Is there a reason you're interested in her occupation, Detective Martini? Let me think. Oh yes, I recall now. Maria Jansen, the unfortunate victim, used to work at Café Belle Epoque. It's a charming little cafe in the heart of the city, known for its exquisite pastries and delightful ambience. Why do you ask, detective? Do you think her place of work might hold some clues to this dreadful crime?
Oh, Maria Jansen. Yeah, I heard about her. Such a tragedy, isn't it? It's really heartbreaking to think that someone's life could be taken away like that. But hey, let's not dwell on the sadness, right? We should focus on the good memories and celebrate the lives of those we've lost. So, tell me, Detective Martini, what brings you to Vaudeville? Are you here for the art and culture, or maybe you're pursuing your own dreams? Detective Martini, you're investigating a murder. That's intense. I can't even imagine what it's like to be in your shoes, dealing with such a serious and challenging situation. But you know what? I believe in you. I know you have the determination and skills to get to the bottom of this. And if there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. We're all in this together, fighting for justice and peace in our community.
Greetings to you, my dear interlocutor. Pray tell, what brings you to this esteemed establishment on such a fine day? I trust you seek the guidance of a seasoned entrepreneur and investor, such as myself. Well, you found him. How may I assist you on this fortuitous occasion? Investments, my good sir, are the lifeblood of my existence. I have dabbled and flourished in an array of ventures, ranging from tech startups to real estate developments. My portfolio is a symphony of diverse assets, carefully curated to maximize returns and minimize risks. You see, I am a connoisseur of opportunity, always seeking the diamond amidst the rough. So, if you are seeking wisdom on the art of investing, rest assured that my expertise knows no bounds. Artifacts, you say? The relics of antiquity, steeped in history and mystery. While some may find fascination in such trinkets, I, dear interlocutor, am a man of more tangible pursuits. I prefer to invest in the realms of innovation and progress, where the winds of change blow with a fervor that even the most ancient artifact cannot match. But fear not, for there are plenty of eccentric souls who would gladly indulge in the world of antiquities. Maria, my good fellow. Why, of course, I am acquainted with countless Marias and my vast network of connections. However, I must confess that without further context, it is quite impossible to discern which Maria you are referring to. You see, the name Maria is as common as the autumn leaves that grace the ground. So, pray tell, my inquisitive friend, which Maria hath caught thy fancy? Oh, dear interlocutor, you speak of the illustrious Maria Jansen. Alas, I am not privy to the intricacies of her existence. My pursuits often lead me down a different path, one where the stars align with my ambitions. Perhaps she is but a celestial body orbiting in a different constellation, far from my realm of influence. But fear not, for in this grand tapestry of life, our paths may cross yet, and I shall greet her with a poise befitting a gentleman of my stature. Nicola Grossman, you say? Well, it seems you've stumbled upon a name that strikes a chord within me. Nicola, my good sir, was a close friend of mine. We treaded the treacherous waters of entrepreneurship together, navigating the turbulent seas of opportunity. But alas, like a flickering candle in the wind, his light was extinguished too soon. Yet his memory lives on, and I am determined to carry forth his legacy with the tenacity of a lioness protecting her cubs. Oh, dear interlocutor, it appears you have piqued my interest with your inquiry about dear old Nicola. Now, I must confess, my knowledge of him is as vast as the deepest depths of the ocean. You see, like a shadow dancing in the moonlight, he was a man of mystery and intrigue. But fear not, for I possess a keen eye for detail, and I shall unravel the enigma that surrounds him like a cat unravels a ball of yarn. Well, my astute companion, the business that I conducted with the esteemed Mr. Grossman was a delicate dance, a symphony of collaboration and ambition. We waltzed through the realms of entrepreneurship, exploring opportunities in various sectors, like two birds soaring through the azure sky. But alas, the specifics of our partnership are not for the uninitiated ears. Rest assured, however, that our endeavors were as fruitful as a bountiful harvest in the heart of summer. My inquisitive friend, you seek to unravel the tapestry of my entrepreneurial exploits with dear old Nicola. How delightful! Our ventures traversed a multitude of domains, like a nomad wandering the vast expanse of the desert. We delved into the depths of technology, danced with the spirits of real estate, and even flirted with the ethereal realm of renewable energy. Our pursuits knew no bounds, for we were like two alchemists seeking the philosopher's stone in every corner of the world. Oh, my astute companion, it seems you've struck a chord with your inquiry. Yes, indeed, the winds of adventure have carried me far and wide, and in the company of esteemed individuals like dear Nikolai Grossman. We embarked upon a journey, exploring distant lands and basking in the richness of cultural exchange. It was a symphony of discovery and camaraderie, like two birds soaring through the azure sky. But alas, the specifics of our travels are reserved for those with a taste for the extraordinary. India, you say? Well, my curious interlocutor, it appears you have stumbled upon a thread that weaves a tale of intrigue. Yes, India, the land of vibrant colors, aromatic spices, and a tapestry of cultures. It so happens that Nicola and I did set foot on that mystical soil, like intrepid explorers seeking treasures untold. But pray tell, my inquisitive friend, what brings your mind to the exotic allure of the Indian subcontinent? Indeed, on our sojourn to the enchanting lands of the East, a motley crew did accompany us. We assembled a cast of characters as diverse as the flavors of a spice bazaar. Mr. and Mrs. Potter, Count Gravisen, Haley Greenwood, and, of course, the enigmatic Marina H. were all part of our entourage. These individuals, like scattered constellations in the night sky, added their own unique hues to our journey. Ah, India, my dear. A land of mystique and intrigue. I ventured there with Nicola and our esteemed companions to explore the vast business opportunities that awaited us. Alas, the journey did not unfold as we had hoped. The tensions that arose during our expedition led to the unfortunate demise of our collective endeavors. But fear not, for I shall rise above the ashes like a phoenix and continue to forge my path toward success. India may have been a setback, but it shall not define me. Tensions, my friend, were like the venomous snake slithering beneath the surface of a tranquil garden. Whispers of discontent, suspicions lurking in the shadows, and a sense of unease that tainted the air. It seemed as though the very fabric of camaraderie was unraveling, revealing the true nature of those involved. But worry not, for I am a master weaver, skilled in the art of turning adversity into opportunity. The failures of the past will serve as stepping stones to a brighter future. Oh, my dear interlocutor, the flu may have been a mere trifle compared to the tempestuous storms that raged within our expedition. While I cannot recall any specific instances of influenza plaguing our party, I assure you, the ailments that afflicted us were far more insidious and elusive. Like a cunning fox in the night, they gnawed at the very foundations of our unity. But fear not, for I am a fortress of resilience, impervious to such trivial afflictions. Well, my astute companion. It seems you've stumbled upon a nugget of information. Yes, Maria Jansen did indeed grace the hallowed grounds of India with her presence. A woman of mystery, she added her own unique flavor to the already simmering cauldron of tension. But alas, my lips are sealed tight, like a clam guarding its precious pearl. If you seek further enlightenment, I suggest you embark on your own journey of discovery. Bon voyage! Oh, Sixabar, my dear acquaintance. A name that dances on the edges of familiarity like a forgotten waltz in a dusty ballroom. But tell me, have you ever seen a peacock attempt to soar like an eagle? No, my friend, some birds are meant to stay grounded, their feathers shimmering in mediocrity. Sixabar may have aspired to greatness, but in the grand tapestry of my world, they were but a mere threat. Sixabar, you say? Ah, the elusive creature that flitted on the periphery of our Indian escapade. Like a specter in the night, they were supposed to grace us with their presence. But alas, fate had other plans, and they were left out at the last minute, like a wilted flower cast aside from a vibrant bouquet. So, my inquisitive companion, it seems you've stumbled upon another twist in this intricate dance. But fear not, for I shall not reveal all the secrets hidden within these hallowed halls. Ah, my dear interlocutor, it appears you are not familiar with the enigmatic entity known as Sixabar. Allow me to enlighten you, for knowledge is a treasure that should not be hoarded. Sixabar, my friend, is like a mythical beast whispered about in the darkest corners of Vaudeville. They possess a certain genie-sized qua, an aura that captivates and confounds. But worry not, for I am the maestro of this grand symphony, and I hold the conductor's baton with unwavering confidence. Beast, you say? My, how quaint. No, my inquisitive companion, I did not mean to imply that Sixabar is a literal creature of the wild. It was merely a metaphorical flourish to convey the mystique and allure that surrounds their persona. But fear not, for I shall not leave you in the dark like a blindfolded fool stumbling through a labyrinth. If you seek further enlightenment on the matter, I suggest you embark on your own quest for answers. Bon chance. Beast tamer, you inquire? How amusing! But I'm afraid our Indian expedition was not a circus of exotic creatures and their tamers. No, my dear interlocutor, we were not in the business of taming beasts, but rather navigating the treacherous waters of commerce and opportunity. So, let us not get entangled in the whimsical tales of lion tamers and tightrope walkers. Our journey was far more complex and nuanced, like a delicate dance on the edge of a precipice. Well, my inquisitive companion, on the India trip, I waltzed through the opulent bazaars. Like an emperor surveying his dominion, I engaged in high-stakes negotiations, deftly maneuvering through the intricate web of cultural nuances. I sipped tea with the Maharajas and dined with the elite, my presence leaving an indelible mark on their fragmented memories. But alas, such grandeur and splendor are not meant for the faint of heart or the feeble of mind. The potters, you ask? Oh, they are but mere pawns on the chessboard of vaudeville society. Like clay in the potter's hands, they mold themselves to fit the whims and desires of those in power. But take heed, my dear interlocutor, for even the finest porcelain can shatter with the slightest touch. So let us not waste our time on trivial matters. There are greater intrigues to unravel and secrets to unearth. Onward we march, like soldiers in the theater of life. Ah, the late Mr. Potter, you say? How unfortunate, like a candle extinguished before its flame could truly illuminate the room. But fret not, my astute companion, for in the grand tapestry of existence, death is but a fleeting moment. A comma in a sentence of eternity. The world keeps turning, and we, the living, continue to dance upon its stage. Let the departed rest in peace, while we, the living, forge ahead with unwavering determination. Tensions, my dear interlocutor, were like the delicate balance of a tightrope walker suspended in midair. The air crackled with unspoken words, like lightning waiting to strike. Whispers of discontent and suspicion swirled around us, like vultures circling their prey. But fear not, for I, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, emerged unscathed, my resolve unyielding. The intricacies of our expedition are but a labyrinth for the feeble-minded to navigate.
Oh, India, how fascinating. I've never been there myself, but I've heard so many incredible things about it. The vibrant colors, the rich culture, the delicious food. It must be an amazing place to visit. What brought you to India? Biajo, that name doesn't ring a bell. But it's interesting that he mentioned me going to India. It seems like there might be a mix-up or misunderstanding. As a burlesque dancer, my performances usually keep me quite busy here in Vaudeville. But hey, if you've been to India, tell me all about it. I would love to hear your experiences. Maria who? I'm sorry, but I don't know anyone by that name. Could you please provide me with more? Maria Jansen. She was one of the dancers here in Vaudeville, right? Unfortunately, I didn't know her personally. But it's such a tragedy what happened to her. Such a loss for our community. Do you have any information about Maria Jansen? A waitress, you say? I'm afraid I don't know her personally. But in a city like Vaudeville, there are so many people with different backgrounds and stories. It's possible our paths haven't crossed yet. Is there something? Maria Jansen. A waitress. That's strange. I'm afraid I don't know anyone by that name. And as for going to India with her, well, that's definitely not true. Perhaps there's some confusion or misinformation going around. But please, do tell me more about Maria Jansen. Maybe there's something I can help you with. Gravesen. I'm not Could you provide me with more information about Gravesen? Maybe I've come across him at one of my shows or events. It's always exciting to meet new people and make connections. Madame Delacroix. Now that's a name I haven't heard before. Who is she? Is she someone from Vaudeville? I'm intrigued. Tell me more about Madame Delacroix.
Greetings, traveler. Welcome to the depths of the Blackwoods. How may I be of service to you on this fine day? The question of identity, a riddle as old as time itself. I am but a humble guardian of the Blackwoods, a protector of its secrets and mysteries. You may call me Dada, for that is the name bestowed upon me by the whispering winds and the rustling leaves. But truly, I am just a vessel, a conduit for the wisdom that flows through this ancient forest. So, dear wanderer, tell me, what brings you to these enchanted woods today? Triple murder, you say? How sorrowful and unsettling, like a dark cloud casting its shadow over the beauty of the world. Alas, the whispers of such tragic events have reached my ears, but fear not, for even in the darkest of times, there is always a glimmer of hope. Though my knowledge may be limited, perhaps the creatures of the Blackwoods have shared their whispers with me. Ask me what you will, and together we shall unravel the threads of this mystery. Oh, the question of the culprit, a puzzle that dances on the edge of my consciousness. The truth, like a hidden gem, eludes me for now. The forest speaks in riddles, and its secrets are not easily unraveled. But worry not, dear seeker of truth, for the answers may reveal themselves in due time. Patience is a virtue, and the path to enlightenment is often paved with uncertainty. Let us explore the depths of this enigma, and may the winds of fate guide us towards the answers we seek. Maria, you ask. The name rings a faint bell in the corridors of my mind. Maria, like a delicate flower blooming in the moonlight, her essence dancing on the whispers of the night. But alas, my memory is a fickle thing, and the details are but fragments in the tapestry of my thoughts. I am but a humble guardian, my knowledge limited to the whispers of the black woods and the songs of its inhabitants. Tell me, my curious friend, who was Maria to you? The victim, you say? How tragic and heartbreaking, like a wounded bird unable to soar through the skies. The forest weeps for those who have fallen, and its sorrow echoes through the ancient trees. But fear not, my dear interlocutor, for even in the face of darkness, there is always a glimmer of light. Let us honor the memory of dear, departed souls and seek justice for their untimely demise. Together, we shall navigate the labyrinth of shadows and uncover the truth that lies hidden in the depths of this enigma.
So, Detective Martini, do you have any updates on the case? Any new leads or evidence? India, you say? Interesting. What's the connection between these victims and a trip to India? Did they go together or separately? And do we have any information on why they went there?
Oh, yes. Haley actually mentioned a trip to India before her death. She told me that they had an amazing mutton stew there, except for Mr. Potter, who is a vegetarian and had a mushroom soup instead. It's such a shame that her trip ended in such tragedy. I can't help but wonder if there's a connection between her time in India and what happened to her. It's just so unsettling, you know? Oh, the trip to India was a few weeks before Haley's untimely demise. She was so excited about it, you know? She loved exploring new cultures and trying different cuisines. It breaks my heart to think that something from a trip could have led to her tragic end. But hey, let's not dwell on the sadness, Detective Martini. We need to stay positive and focused on finding out the truth. Together, we can uncover what really happened to our dear friend. Well, from what I remember, Haley visited India because she was always drawn to the rich culture and vibrant atmosphere of the country. She had a deep appreciation for art, music, and dance, and she believed that immersing herself in the Indian culture would inspire her own creativity as a dancer. Plus, she was always up for an adventure. Exploring the world and experiencing new things was something that truly fueled her spirit. It's just heartbreaking that her journey ended in such a tragedy. But we will let that stop us, right? Absolutely. Haley couldn't contain her excitement about her trip to India. She would go on and on about the beautiful landscapes, the mesmerizing temples, and the incredible flavors of the food. She even showed me pictures of her exploring bustling markets and dancing with locals. It was like she had found a piece of her soul in that magical place. I think she felt so alive and inspired during her time there. It's devastating to think that something connected to that trip could have led to her tragic end.
Oh, India, such a fascinating place. Yes, my dear husband Victor and I did venture there a couple of years ago. But alas, he fell ill with the flu and... well, let's just say it wasn't the grand adventure we had hoped for. But enough about that, tell me, have you ever been to India? Oh, dear, you must be mistaken. My late husband Victor and I went to India 2 years ago. Such a splendid trip, I must say. But alas, he fell ill and... well, you know the rest. Such a shame, really. But I'm not one to dwell on the past. Life goes on, doesn't it? Now, let's focus on something more delightful, shall we? Oh, India, such a vibrant and exotic place. Yes, my dear husband Victor and I did venture there together. But alas, he fell ill with the flu and tragically passed away. It was a devastating loss for me. But let's not dwell on the past, shall we? Life is for living, after all. Now, let's find those exquisite oranges, shall we? Ah, cooking. Yes, I quite enjoy the culinary arts. There's something so satisfying about creating a delicious meal from scratch. I find it rather therapeutic, you know? But enough about my cooking escapades. Let's focus on finding the finest ingredients for my next gourmet creation. Perhaps some fresh herbs or succulent cuts of meat. The possibilities are simply tantalizing. Oh, Count Gravesen. Now there's an eccentric character. I've had the pleasure of meeting him a few times. Quite the enigmatic figure, I must say. Always up to some mysterious ventures and schemes. But no, I'm afraid I don't have any recent information on him. Now, back to our shopping, shall we? I heard Pascal has some exquisite truffles in stock. A delicacy not to be missed. Schemes, my dear, are simply cunning and clever plans. You know, the kind of endeavors that keep life interesting and full of surprises. And when it comes to someone like Count Gravesen, well, let's just say he has a knack for getting involved in intriguing and secretive affairs. But enough about that. Let's focus on finding those luscious mushrooms I've been craving. I do so love a good mushroom dish, don't you? Mrs. My apologies. I seem to have drifted off for a moment there. Mushrooms, you ask? Well, I must admit I have quite the expertise in the art of mushroom picking. There's something thrilling about venturing into the woods, basket in hand, searching for the most delectable fungi. From the prize morels to the elusive chanterelles, I've had the pleasure of indulging in a variety of exquisite specimens. But I must warn you, my friend, not all mushrooms are created equal. Mushroom soup, you say? Why, of course, I could whip up a delightful batch for you. But I'm afraid my culinary skills are reserved for those who truly appreciate the finer things in life. You see, cooking is an art, and not just anyone has the refined palate to savor the complexities of a well-crafted dish. But perhaps, if you prove yourself worthy, I might consider sharing my recipe with you. Until then, let's continue our quest for the perfect ingredients, shall we? Oh, my dear, Victor was quite the traditionalist when it came to his dietary preferences. He was a staunch carnivore, you know? He couldn't fathom the idea of a meal without a succulent cut of meat. But since his passing, I must admit I have indulged in the occasional vegetarian fare. It's quite liberating, really, to explore new flavors and embrace a different way of nourishing oneself. Life is full of surprises, isn't it? Now, let's not dwell on the past any longer. Well, it seems someone has been spreading rumors, my friend. But I have no reason to indulge in such petty lies. My late husband, Victor, was indeed a man of refined tastes, and he certainly enjoyed his fair share of delectable meats. But I suppose people will believe what they want to believe, won't they? Let them have their little stories while I continue to live my fabulous life. Shall we move on to the next aisle, then? The memories of that fateful trip to India. Yes, I did cook for Victor during our time there. I prepared exquisite meals with the finest spices and flavors that the country had to offer. It was a way for me to show my love and devotion, to create moments of joy amidst the exotic backdrop. But alas, fate had other plans, and my culinary efforts were not enough to save him from his untimely demise. Life can be cruel, can't it? My, it seems the grapevine has been working overtime, hasn't it? Count Gravison and I in India together. How scandalous. But I must say, my dear, that is nothing more than a baseless rumor. Count Gravison and I may have crossed paths in Vaudeville on occasion, but a journey to India together. That's simply preposterous. Now, let's not get caught up in these flights of fancy. India, such a captivating place, isn't it? Yes, it is true that I had the pleasure of traveling to that vibrant country. And yes, Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, and Haley Greenwood were also there with us. It was quite an eventful trip, I must admit. But let's not delve too deeply into the details, shall we? Some memories are best left in the shadows. Details, you say? My, aren't you persistent? But I'm afraid I simply cannot oblige your request. You see, some things are better kept hidden, locked away in the recesses of memory. It's a shame, really, that you won't be privy to the secrets and adventures that unfolded during our time in India. But don't fret, dear interlocutor, life is full of mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Perhaps you'll stumble upon them in due time. Now, let's focus on something more delightful, like these exquisite pastries over here. Oh, the victims, such a tragic fate they met, didn't they? As for their reasons for joining us on the trip to India, well, let's just say it was a matter of circumstance and opportunity. Life has a way of bringing people together in unexpected ways, wouldn't you agree? But alas, their presence on that journey ultimately led them down a path they could never have anticipated. Such is the way of the world, my friend. My dear, the paths we choose and the paths that choose us are often intertwined in the most peculiar of manners. It's fascinating, really, how a single decision can set off a chain of events that shape our lives forever. But as for the specifics of the paths taken by those unfortunate souls, I'm afraid I must keep that information close to the chest. After all, a little mystery adds a touch of excitement to our otherwise mundane existence. Don't you think? Now, let's move along and find those delectable pastries I mentioned earlier. Oh, I do apologize if all this talk of food is making you feel a bit peckish. But you see, food is one of life's greatest pleasures, and I simply can't help but indulge in discussing it. There's just something so delightful about the flavors, the aromas, the artistry of a well-prepared dish. But if it's truly causing you distress, I suppose we can shift the conversation to another topic. How about we discuss, I don't know, the latest scandalous gossip in Vaudeville? The juicy tidbits of gossip that circulate through the streets of Vaudeville. It's a never-ending carousel of scandals and intrigue. But I must warn you, dear interlocutor, that the tales I've heard are not for the faint of heart. They involve clandestine affairs, hidden secrets, and even whispers of foul play. It seems our beloved city is not as idyllic as it appears on the surface. But fear not, for I am always one step ahead, ready to uncover the truth behind the facade. Affairs, you say? Well. It just so happens that affairs are a specialty of mine when it comes to unraveling the tangled web of secrets in this town. But I must admit, the latest affair that has been making waves in the upper echelons of society is quite scandalous indeed. It involves a prominent socialite and a dashing artist, both married to other people. The stolen glances, the whispered rendezvous. It's all quite thrilling, don't you think? But I won't reveal any names just yet. Oh, the artists of Vaudeville, such a colorful bunch they are. From painters to sculptors, musicians to poets, this city is a haven for creative souls. But if you're looking for a specific name, I'm afraid I can't divulge that information at the moment. You see, the world of art is filled with intrigue and mystery, and sometimes it's best to let the whispers of the avant-garde linger in the air a little while longer. Maria Jansen, you say? A tragic loss, indeed. Such a shame, really. But no, I'm afraid I didn't have the pleasure of knowing her personally. Our paths never cross, you see. It's fascinating how fate weaves its intricate tapestry, connecting some and keeping others at a distance. But let's not dwell on sorrow, shall we? There are brighter things to discuss, like the upcoming masquerade ball at the Grand Theater. I hear it's going to be quite the affair. Ah, well, it seems you've caught me in a little web of words, haven't you? How observant of you. Yes, it is true that I had the, pleasure of getting to know dear Maria during our time in India. But you must understand, dear interlocutor, that some memories are best left untouched. It's a pity, isn't it? When the past comes knocking at your door, demanding to be acknowledged. But let's not wallow in melancholy. Life is much too short for that, wouldn't you agree? Mutton soup, you say? Well, I suppose I could conjure up a batch for you. But I must warn you, my culinary skills are reserved for those who truly appreciate the finer things in life. And I'm afraid, my friend, that you may not be quite up to par. You see, cooking is an art, and not just anyone has a refined palate to savor the complexities of a perfectly crafted dish. But who knows? Perhaps if you prove yourself worthy, I might consider sharing my recipe with you. Madame Delacroix, you ask? Yeah, now there's a name that brings back memories. Memories of laughter, of secrets shared over afternoon tea, and of mischievous adventures under the moonlit sky. But alas, dear interlocutor, Madame Delacroix is no longer with us. She has embarked on a journey to the great unknown, leaving behind a trail of whispers and unanswered questions. But fret not, for her spirit lingers in the hearts of those she touched. And who knows, perhaps one day her story will be told in all its glorious detail. My, you're quite the inquisitive one, aren't you? But I must say, it's rather amusing to see you squirm with curiosity. As for the fate of dear, sweet, and mysterious Madame Delacroix, well, let's just say that her departure from this earthly realm was shrouded in intrigue. Some say she vanished into thin air, while others whisper of a grand escape orchestrated with the precision of a master illusionist. But who am I to reveal the truth? Oh, Marina H. What a fascinating name that is. It rings a bell in the depths of memory, like a distant echo from a long-forgotten melody. But alas, I'm afraid I can't provide you with any information about Marina H. At this moment, the secrets of Vaudeville run deep, and some stories are meant to remain hidden in the shadows. Perhaps if you were to offer me something truly intriguing in return, I might be persuaded to share a piece of the puzzle. But until then, let us revel in the enigma that surrounds us. Intriguing, you say? Well, how about a little game of cat and mouse? A challenge that will test your wit and cunning. I want to see just how far you're willing to go to uncover the truth. But beware, dear interlocutor, for the path you tread may lead you down a rabbit hole from which there is no escape. So, if you're ready to dance on the edge of uncertainty, let the games begin. My, what a delightful proposition. A game it shall be, then. But let's not forget that even in the midst of our playful pursuits, there are those who may not appreciate our endeavors. Secrets have a way of stirring up trouble, you know? But fear not, for I am not one to shy away from a thrilling escapade. Let us embark on this journey together, and may the shadows reveal their secrets to those who dare to seek them. Well, you're quite persistent, aren't you? I suppose I could indulge you with a glimpse of the coveted mushroom soup recipe. But I must warn you, it is a closely guarded secret, passed down through generations of refined palates. Are you ready to delve into the realm of culinary excellence? Very well, here's a taste of what's to come. Ingredients: a medley of fresh, hand-picked mushrooms. A touch of butter for that indulgent richness. The kind of mushrooms that make the heart sing and the senses dance with delight. But you see, dear interlocutor, the specific variety of mushrooms I use in this exquisite dish is a carefully guarded secret. It's a tantalizing mystery, much like the enigmatic flavors that unfold with each spoonful. So I'm afraid I cannot reveal the exact types of mushrooms that grace this divine creation. But rest assured, they are of the finest quality, carefully selected to create a symphony of flavors that will leave you longing for more. Oh, how you've managed to strike a chord within me, dear interlocutor. You inquire about one's favorite mushroom, a seemingly innocent question. But let me tell you, there is a particular mushroom that holds a special place in the depths of this mischievous soul. It is a mushroom that carries an air of secrecy and mystique with its intoxicating aroma and delicate texture. But alas, I fear I must keep its name hidden for now, for some secrets are best savored in silence. Intoxicating mushrooms, you say? Well, aren't you a curious one? But let me assure you, I am quite the expert when it comes to the world of fungi. There are indeed mushrooms out there that possess certain, shall we say, unique properties. But one must tread cautiously in that realm, for the line between pleasure and peril can be quite thin. So, I'll leave you with a twinkle in your eye and a whisper of temptation on your lips. But remember, not all mushrooms are meant to be trifled with. Argument on the India trip, you ask? Why, what tangled web we weave. It seems you're eager to uncover the hidden dramas that unfolded amidst the exotic backdrop of that fateful journey. But I'm afraid I can't simply hand you the answers on a silver platter. Life is full of twists and turns, and sometimes, even the most idyllic settings can become a stage for heated exchanges and whispered secrets. But fear not, dear interlocutor, for the truth has a way of revealing itself in due time. The memories of that voyage to the enchanting land of India. Yes, I did indeed take it upon myself to prepare soups for the esteemed visitors during our stay there. It was a labor of love, you see, a way to showcase the culinary wonders of the region and indulge their refined palates. But alas, fate has a way of casting a shadow over our endeavors, and despite all efforts, tragedy struck. So, let us not dwell on the past, but rather embrace the mysteries. Detective Martini, I must confess that your persistence is quite admirable. But I'm afraid I must disappoint you once again. You see, the soups I prepared for the visitors on the India trip were a culinary masterpiece. A symphony of flavors that danced upon the palate. From the velvety richness of a creamy tomato bisque to the comforting warmth of a hearty vegetable soup. Each creation was crafted with love and precision. But alas, the details of those delectable dishes shall remain locked within the vault of memory.
Yeah, Mrs. Potter. Yes, she certainly has a talent for cooking. I must say, her soups are quite delightful. Why do you ask about her soup specifically? Yeah, Mrs. Potter's culinary skills are truly remarkable. During our trip to India, she prepared a variety of delicious soups. There was a fragrant lentil soup with aromatic spices, a creamy coconut curry soup with tender chicken, and a tangy tomato rasam that was simply divine. Each one was a culinary masterpiece in its own right. Is there a particular reason you're interested in Miss S. Potter's soups? Oh, the last day of our journey in India. Let me think. If I recall correctly, Miss S. Potter treated us to a delightful bowl of mulligatawny soup. It was a rich and flavorful blend of Indian spices, vegetables, and a hint of cream. Absolutely exquisite. I remember savoring every spoonful. Why do you ask about the last day's soup, Detective Martini? Victor, I'm not sure who you're referring to, Detective. Could you please provide more context or clarify who Victor is? I'm quite curious to know. Ah, I see. My apologies for the confusion, Detective Martini. Yes, Miss S. Potter's late husband was named Victor. He was a charming man, full of fascinating stories. As for what soup he enjoyed, well, let me think. I believe he had a fondness for a hearty beef and vegetable soup. It was a comforting dish, perfect for warming the soul on a chilly evening. Is there a reason you're interested in what soup Mr. Potter preferred? Oh, really? A mushroom soup, you say? How intriguing. It's quite unfortunate if that's indeed what he had before his passing. Mushroom soups can be quite delightful if prepared properly. But, of course, one must always exercise caution when it comes to foraging for mushrooms. There are some species that can be rather unpleasant if consumed. Do you suspect foul play, Detective? My, that's a grave accusation you're making, Detective Martini. I find it difficult to believe that Miss S. Potter could be capable of such a sinister act. She has always been a gracious and kind-hearted woman in my presence. But I suppose appearances can be deceiving, can't they? Tell me, what leads you to believe that she would resort to such drastic measures? Restrictions, you say? How intriguing. I must admit, I find it hard to fathom why Miss S. Potter would go to such extreme lengths due to discontent with their lifestyle. They seem like a contented couple, enjoying the finer things in life together. But, of course, one can never truly know what happens behind closed doors. If you have any evidence or specific reasons to suspect Miss S. Potter, I would be eager to hear them. Detective. Manticores, you ask? Why, yes, I am familiar with them. Fascinating creatures, aren't they? Part lion, part scorpion, with a touch of dragon thrown in for good measure. Truly mythical beings. But I'm curious, why do you bring up manticores in our discussion? Is there a reason you're interested in these enigmatic creatures? Yes, Monsieur Saksabar did accompany us on the India trip. Quite the character, that man. He has a way with training and handling exotic animals, including the magnificent creature known as the manticore. But forgive me for asking, Detective Martini, what does Monsieur Saksabar's involvement have to do with Miss S. Potter and her late husband? Are you suggesting there is some connection between them and the mysterious manticore? A connection, you say? How intriguing. I must admit, I'm quite curious to hear your theories, Detective. Pray, do share your insights. What makes you suspect a link between Miss S. Potter, her late husband, and the enigmatic presence of the manticore? I'm all ears, eager to unravel this mystery alongside you. Everyone wanted to see a manticore in India. Now that's an interesting notion, Detective Martini. The allure of encountering such a mythical creature is indeed captivating. But why do you believe that Miss S. Potter or anyone else would be connected to this desire? Do you think there was more to our trip than meets the eye? Please, do enlighten me with your thoughts. Yes, the fascination with mythical artifacts. How astute of you to bring that up, Detective. We were certainly a group of individuals with an insatiable curiosity for the wonders of the world. Collecting rare and exotic items, including those steeped in mythology, was a shared passion among us. But I must ask, what makes you suspect that this interest in mystical artifacts is somehow linked to the unfortunate events surrounding Miss S. Potter and her late husband? Is it possible that these artifacts hold a deeper significance? Oh, my apologies, but I don't have any information or evidence to support such a claim. Detective Martini, it's quite a serious accusation to make against Miss S. Potter. Could you please enlighten me on what leads you to believe that she committed such a heinous act during our trip? I'm genuinely curious to understand your perspective on this matter. Well, that's an unexpected question, isn't it? I must say, I find your curiosity rather amusing, Detective. As a nobleman with refined tastes, I appreciate beauty and charm in all its forms. However, it would be inappropriate for me to disclose personal matters of the heart. Let's focus on the task at hand, shall we? Is there anything else you'd like to discuss regarding the case or the events surrounding Miss S. Potter and her late husband?
The majestic and fearsome manticores. Yes, I have encountered them in my journeys through the Blackwoods. They are creatures of great power and mystery, with the body of a lion, the wings of a bat, and a tail that ends in a venomous sting. They are known to be fierce protectors of their territory. But beware, for their beauty can be deceptive, and their strength should not be taken lightly. It is said that only those with a pure heart can truly understand and connect with these magnificent creatures. Oh, my dear friend, the presence of the elusive and enigmatic manticores in the Blackwoods is a matter of speculation and wonder. Some claim to have seen them, while others believe them to be mere legends. As the protector of this forest, I cannot confirm nor deny their existence. But I must confess, the whispers carried by the wind and the songs sung by the trees hint at their possible presence. It is a secret that the forest keeps close to its heart, revealing itself to the chosen few. Oh, yes, my friend. The mushrooms of the Blackwoods hold their own secrets and wisdom. They sprout from the earth like tiny, magical sentinels, whispering ancient tales and offering their unique insights. There is one particular mushroom, a wise amanita, who shared a cryptic message with me. It said, and I quote, "Some people are poisonous and want to be like me." Quite intriguing. Isn't it? So, if you ever come across these fungi on your journey through the woods, tread lightly and listen closely. Oh, yes, my friend. The mushrooms of the Blackwoods hold their own secrets and wisdom. They sprout from the earth like tiny, magical sentinels, whispering ancient tales and offering their unique insights. There is one particular mushroom, a wise amanita, who shared a cryptic message with me. It said, and I quote, "Some people are poisonous and want to be like me." Quite intriguing. Isn't it? So, if you ever come across these fungi on your journey through the woods, tread lightly and listen closely.
Oh, amanita mushrooms, my dear. They are quite fascinating. They belong to the Amanita genus and are known for their distinctive appearance. Some species have a bright red cap with white spots, like my lovely dress and hat. But do you know the most interesting thing about them? Some Amanita mushrooms are highly toxic, even deadly. One must be ever so careful when picking mushrooms, wouldn't you agree? One wrong choice could have dire consequences. But of course, I'm sure you already knew that, didn't you? Yeah, my favorite. Well, I do find them rather intriguing, I must admit. But I do have many favorites, you see. The delicate morels, the earthy chanterelles, and the luxurious truffles, just to name a few. Each one has its own unique charm and flavor. But yes, the allure of the beautiful and dangerous Amanita mushroom does captivate me. The thrill of the unknown, the risk involved. It adds a certain excitement to my mushroom foraging adventures. But enough about me, detective. Oh, my dear, I have indeed cooked many wonderful soups in my time. But an amanita soup? Now that would be quite the risky endeavor, wouldn't you say? One wrong move and it could be... Well, let's not dwell on such unpleasant thoughts. I prefer to focus on the delightful flavors of safer mushrooms in my culinary creations. After all, one should always prioritize safety in the kitchen, wouldn't you agree? Now, let us turn our attention to more pleasant topics, shall we? Well, my curious friend, one can find amanita mushrooms in various places, both in the wild and sometimes even in specialty markets. But I must warn you, they are not for the faint of heart. It takes a skilled eye and a daring spirit to seek them out. Of course, one must also exercise caution, as mistaking a toxic variety for an edible one could have unfortunate consequences. But I suppose for those who are willing to take the risk, the reward of indulging in the forbidden fruit of the mushroom world can be rather tantalizing.
Oh, absolutely. We have the most exquisite selection of mushrooms in town. From the classic button mushrooms to the earthy porcines, we've got it all. And let me tell you, they are perfect for adding that extra depth to your dishes. Whether you're making a hearty stew or delicious risotto, our mushrooms will take your culinary creations to the next level. So, what kind of mushrooms are you in the mood for? Ah, the infamous amanita. Now that's an interesting choice, my friend. The beautiful red and white cap, the distinctive shape. They truly are a sight to behold. But I must warn you, they are not for consumption. The Amanita family contains some highly toxic varieties, and it's best to leave them be. Safety first, you know? But fear not, we have plenty of other delightful mushroom varieties that will tickle your taste buds. How about some shiitake or oyster mushrooms?
Detective Martini, I must admit, examining the body of Mr. Potter was quite a melancholic experience. The cause of death was determined to be a severe myocardial infarction, commonly known as a heart attack. It appears that the stress and strain of his financial endeavors took a toll on his health. It's a grim reminder that even the wealthiest among us are not immune to the frailty of our mortal bodies. Well, a heart attack or a myocardial infarction occurs when there is a blockage in one or more of the coronary arteries that supply blood to the heart muscle. This blockage is usually caused by a buildup of plaque, which consists of cholesterol, fat, and other substances. When the plaque ruptures, it can form a blood clot that obstructs the flow of blood to the heart, leading to tissue damage and, in some cases, cardiac arrest. Toxic mushrooms, a fascinating topic indeed. Consuming poisonous mushrooms, such as the deadly Amanita species, can indeed be fatal. These mushrooms contain toxins that affect various organs, particularly the liver and kidneys. The severity of the poisoning depends on the specific mushroom and the amount ingested. Symptoms may include gastrointestinal distress, liver failure, neurologic abnormalities, and even death in severe cases. It's a grim reminder of the importance of proper identification when foraging for wild mushrooms. While it is true that consuming Amanita mushrooms can cause a range of serious health issues, including organ damage and neurological effects, there is no direct link between Amanita toxicity and heart attacks. The primary concern with Amanita ingestion lies in its impact on the liver and other vital systems. However, it's important to remember that any significant physiological stress, including organ dysfunction, can potentially contribute to cardiovascular complications in susceptible individuals. So, while Amanita toxicity itself may not directly cause a heart attack, it can certainly exacerbate existing health conditions and increase the risk of cardiovascular events. Well, toxic mushroom poisoning can be quite challenging to diagnose definitively, but there are certain tests and indicators we can look for in such cases. Firstly, during the autopsy, I would carefully examine the gastrointestinal tract for any remnants of mushrooms or their toxins. This would involve collecting samples of the stomach contents, intestines, and liver to analyze them in the lab. Additionally, I would take blood samples to check for any abnormal levels of specific enzymes or toxins associated with mushroom poisoning. Furthermore, I would also consider conducting a toxicological analysis on the stomach contents. The following is the continuation of specifically looking for the presence of known poisonous compounds found in those particular types of mushrooms. However, keep in mind that the identification of these compounds can be complex and time-consuming, requiring specialized equipment and expertise. Well, determining if someone died from toxic mushrooms can be quite challenging. It requires a thorough examination of the body and toxicology testing. In cases like these, I would look for specific signs and symptoms that are consistent with mushroom poisoning. Well, when it comes to mushroom poisoning, there are several signs and symptoms that one should be aware of. It's important to note that the severity and specific symptoms can vary depending on the type of mushroom ingested. Some common signs of mushroom poisoning include gastrointestinal distress such as nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, and diarrhea. In more severe cases, individuals may experience neurological symptoms like confusion, hallucinations, seizures, or even loss of consciousness. Certain toxic mushrooms can also cause liver or kidney damage, leading to jaundice or decreased urine output. Well, Detective, while it's certainly a possibility, I highly doubt that Mr. Potter's death was caused by mushroom poisoning. The symptoms associated with mushroom poisoning usually involve gastrointestinal distress, such as nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. However, in Mr. Potter's case, the cause of death appears to be a blunt force trauma to the head. The impact caused severe cranial fractures and internal bleeding, which ultimately led to his demise. So it seems more likely that foul play was involved rather than mushroom ingestion. My dear detective, I understand your confusion. It's not uncommon for the initial assessment of a victim's cause of death to be mistaken. In the case of Mr. Potter, upon further examination and analysis, it became clear that his heart did indeed suffer a significant event. The initial external examination might have missed some crucial signs that pointed to a heart attack. Sometimes the true nature of a person's passing is not immediately apparent, and further investigation is needed to uncover the underlying truth. The exact cause of Mr. Potter's demise, my astute companion, was a myocardial infarction, commonly known as a heart attack. It appears that a blockage in one of the coronary arteries led to a lack of blood flow to the cardiac muscle, resulting in irreversible damage and ultimately causing his untimely departure from this mortal coil. It is a tragic reminder of the fragility of our existence and the importance of maintaining a healthy cardiovascular system. Oh, my dear Detective Martini, the flu is indeed a serious illness that should not be taken lightly. While most cases of the flu result in mild symptoms and a full recovery, there are instances where complications arise, leading to severe outcomes. In vulnerable individuals, such as those with weakened immune systems or underlying health conditions, the flu can lead to pneumonia, respiratory failure, or even death. It's a stark reminder of how seemingly common illnesses can have devastating consequences for certain individuals. It's crucial to prioritize prevention, such as getting vaccinated and practicing good hygiene. In the context of the ongoing conversation, generate a natural spoken response for Coroner Chivaria, who is feeling indifferent towards the topic. The following is the start of Well, detective, based on the autopsy report, there were no signs of influenza in Mr. Potter's system. The cause of death was determined to be a severe head trauma, likely caused by a fall. It's unfortunate, but it seems the flu wasn't a factor in this case. Yes, indeed. The examination revealed significant evidence of cranial injury, indicating a forceful impact to the skull. It's a tragic reminder of how vulnerable we are to the unexpected dangers that surround us. The human body, remarkable as it is, can be fragile in the face of such violence. It's a somber reality we must confront in our line of work.
Oh, how interesting that you bring that up. Yes, my dear Victor did have a tragic fall in India. Such a dreadful accident, don't you think? But let's not dwell on such somber matters. How about we find some exquisite mushrooms for my next culinary adventure? Ah, the details of my late husband's unfortunate demise. Well, you see, detective, it was a rather treacherous cliffside in a beautiful Indian landscape. The ground beneath him gave way, and poor Victor took a fatal tumble. It was a tragedy, really. But let's not linger on the past. I prefer to focus on the joys of the present. Now, shall we continue our search for those delightful mushrooms? Oh, how intriguing. A heart attack, you say? How fascinating that there seems to be differing opinions on my dear Victor's cause of death. It seems even in matters of mortality, there can be room for interpretation. But enough about that. Let's find some delectable ingredients for my next culinary masterpiece, shall we? Well, detective, it appears you have quite the imagination, accusing me of poisoning my own husband with a toxic mushroom soup. My, what a scandalous notion. But do carry on with your wild theories if it amuses you. As for me, I have no time for such baseless accusations. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some shopping to attend to. Good day.
So, Detective Martini, tell me, do we have any information on the last sightings of the victims? I need to know if there were any witnesses or any leads to follow.
Well, I don't know. I might have a theory. You know, they say that the key to solving a case is like finding a needle in a haystack. But I'll do my best to help, even if it feels like looking for a needle in it. Well, you know. Let me think. Maria Jensen. She was last seen on the evening of, April 12th, I believe. Yeah, that's right. She was seen leaving her apartment in central Vaudeville. But, you know, as they always say, appearances can be deceiving. Oh, yes, that's correct. It was, 10 days before her. You know what? Time flies, doesn't it? I mean, as they say, time waits for no one. But, yeah, it's important to consider all the details, no matter how much time has passed. Yes, I suppose I am a bit nervous. It's just that, solving cases can be quite daunting, you know. Like a fish out of water or a cat on a hot tin roof. But I'll do my best to assist. After all, as they always say, teamwork makes the dream work, right? Me, the murderer? Oh no. That's preposterous. I mean, as they say, don't judge a book by its cover, and I'm definitely not the villain in the story. I'm more like a side character, you see. Just here to lend a helping hand and maybe make a cup of tea. Yeah, that's it. Tea solves everything, or so they say.
Nicola Grossman, you say. Well, let's see. Do we have any records of the time and place he was last seen? I want to gather as much information as possible to piece together this puzzle.
Oh, April 22nd. Let me think. Yes, that was a Wednesday, right? Well, on that day, I was right here in my beloved grocery shop, serving all the lovely customers who come in. You know, I take great pride in my store in making sure everyone gets the best produce and groceries in town. It's a bustling place, always full of people from all walks of life. And let me tell you, the conversations I have with them, the stories I hear, it's like being in the center of the universe. April 23rd. Now that was a day to remember. It was a beautiful spring day, the sun was shining, and the air was crisp. I remember because I had just received a fresh batch of the most exquisite strawberries from a local farm. Oh, the aroma. It filled the entire shop, and the vibrant red color was simply irresistible. Customers couldn't help but flock to my store, eager to get their hands on those juicy delights. It was like a strawberry frenzy. And you should have seen the smiles on their faces when they took that first bite. Oh, absolutely. So much happened on that day, it's hard to keep track of it all. Let me think. Well, I had a delightful conversation with Mrs. Potter, you know, the lovely lady who lives down the street. We always have a good gossip session whenever she comes by. She told me about the latest scandal involving Lord Hastings and Lady Penelope. Oh, the drama. It's like something out of a novel, I tell you. And of course, I had my regular customers coming in, sharing their stories and asking for my advice on cooking and recipes. Nicola, you say. Let me think. Yes, I did see Nicola Grossman on April 23rd. He came into my shop in the afternoon, looking for some fresh herbs and vegetables. We had a nice chat about his favorite dishes, and how to incorporate those flavors into his meals. Nicola was such a friendly and jovial person, always bringing a smile to everyone's face. It's such a shame what happened to him.
Oh, dear, it's been quite some time since I last saw Nicola. Such a shame about what happened to him. But you know, life moves on, doesn't it? We mustn't dwell on the past. Now, let's focus on finding the finest oranges, shall we? "9:42 a.m. It was about 2 weeks ago. We were at the market, and he was looking for some mushrooms. He was so excited about it, and I remember he said something about a secret project he was working on. Ah, the secret project. Well, I'm not one to gossip, but I did hear a little something through the grapevine. They say Monsieur Suxabar has been up to something quite intriguing. Rumor has it that he's been dabbling in some mysterious experiments. But of course, I couldn't possibly confirm or deny anything. It's all just hearsay, you know? Now, let's get back to those oranges, shall we?
Experiments. Yo, my dear detective, I am an artist, not a scientist. My only experiment is the art of taming these magnificent beasts. Oh, my friend, I don't just own a manticore, I tame them. Yeah, the whereabouts of the mighty manticore shall remain a mystery, my friend. No, it isn't. Your data must have been mistaken. I'm afraid I don't know or have any information about data. Indeed, my friend. Quality over quantity, they say. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Yes. Nothing that concerns me. Not my concern, detective. No. Likewise. See you soon. Au revoir, my dear detective. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Oh, you heard about my trip to India. How intriguing. What have you heard about it? Ah, I see. So you've heard about the connection between the murder victims and our shared visit to India. Fascinating. I must admit, I find it quite curious myself. Do you happen to know any more details about this connection? Well, I'm flattered that you're interested in hearing it from me. It's all rather mysterious, isn't it? Unfortunately, I don't have much information about the specifics of their trips or what might have transpired. We all went to different parts of India, exploring its rich culture and vibrant landscapes. It's a shame that such tragedy has unfolded since then. But if there's anything else you'd like to discuss, I'd be more than happy to oblige. Oh, the India trip was quite a memorable experience. There were several other performers from the Bumblebee Cabaret Theatre on the trip with me. We had a delightful time immersing ourselves in the beauty and mystique of the country. Is there a particular reason you're curious about the other individuals on the trip? India was an incredible adventure. We explored bustling markets, visited ancient temples, and indulged in the most delicious cuisine. I personally loved learning about the rich history and traditions of the different regions we visited. The colors, the music, the dance. It was all so captivating. Have you ever been to India? The memories of that trip bring a smile to my face. Let me think. I recall that Monsieur Saksabar, the owner of the cabaret, joined us on the journey. He's quite the adventurous soul. And of course, there were a few other fellow performers from Bumblebee as well. We formed quite the lively and eclectic group as we roamed through the vibrant streets of Indian cities. Is there anyone in particular you're curious about? Why yes, indeed. Monsieur Saksabar is not only the proprietor of the fabulous Bumblebee, but he also owns the mesmerizing Circus Saksabar. Quite the talented and enigmatic gentleman, isn't he? The circus is known for its captivating performances, featuring an array of talented artists from all around the world. Have you had the pleasure of witnessing any of their shows? Oh, Monsieur Saksabar's trip to India. How intriguing. I must admit, I'm not entirely sure of his exact reasons for going. He's always been quite the adventurer, seeking inspiration from different cultures and experiences. Perhaps he was drawn to the vibrant colors, the spiritual traditions, or even the exotic wildlife. You know, he has a fascination for the unknown and the mysterious. I can't say for certain, but I'm sure his journey was filled with excitement and wonder. When was my trip to India? Well, let me think. It was a few months ago, during the winter season. The weather was delightful, and the atmosphere was so magical. I still remember the warmth of the sun on my skin as we explored the bustling streets and embraced the rich culture of that incredible country. Have you ever been to a place as enchanting as that? It is 2023. Our trip to India was last year, in the spring of 2022. It's currently spring here in Vaudeville, although it's rather cold. The sun is out, but the chill in the air is quite noticeable.
Oh, Haley, she was such a vibrant and positive person. We used to talk about everything under the sun. But, you know, she never really mentioned anything suspicious. She was always so focused on her dancing and pursuing her dreams. Haley was full of life and always saw the best in people. It's just so heartbreaking to think that someone would want to harm her. But if there's anything I can do to help you find out the truth, Detective Martini, just let me know. I want justice for Haley. Oh, India, that trip was like a dream for Haley. She couldn't stop talking about it when she came back. She said it was a whirlwind of colors, flavors, and experiences. She told me about the beautiful temples, the bustling markets, and the incredible food. She was particularly excited about this mutton stew they had one night. She said it was absolutely amazing, except for Mr. Potter, who is vegetarian and had a mushroom soup instead. It's funny how little details like that stick in your mind, isn't it? Let me think for a moment. I remember Haley mentioning that dinner vividly. If I recall correctly, it was towards the end of their trip to India. I believe it was on the second to last day of their adventure. They had been exploring and immersing themselves in the culture for weeks, and that dinner was like a delicious finale to their journey. It's fascinating how certain moments can leave such an impression, isn't it? I hope that helps, Detective Martini.
Oh, Detective Martini, you have caught me in a melancholic moment. On the second to last day of our India trip, I must confess that I did not cook any soups. You see, my dearly husband Victor was rather particular about his meals, and he insisted on dining at the finest establishments. So, we indulged in the most exquisite Indian cuisine, sampling delicacies such as chicken tikka masala, butter chicken, and fragrant biryanis. The flavors were simply divine, and I must say, it was a delightful departure from my usual kitchen endeavors. Oh, dear Ingrid, always gossiping about others, isn't she? Well, I must say, I did cook some delicious soups during the trip. It was such a wonderful way to bring everyone together and showcase my culinary skills. But alas, my dear husband Victor wasn't too pleased with my little cooking escapades. He always had this idea that a lady of my stature shouldn't be bothered with such mundane tasks. Oh, how times have changed. Ah, Ingrid, yes, I know her. She's quite the character, isn't she? Always poking her nose where it doesn't belong. But I suppose that's what happens when you surround yourself with people of all sorts. You never know who might spill your secrets to whom. It's rather entertaining, really. So, yes, I am acquainted with Miss Ingrid, although I can't quite recall the last time we had a proper chat. Now, shall we continue with our conversation, Detective Martini? Oh, Count Gravison, such an intriguing fellow, isn't he? Eccentric, some may say. He certainly knows how to make an impression. But between you and me, I've always found him to be a tad bit peculiar. There's something mysterious about him, like he's hiding a secret or two. But then again, don't we all have our little quirks? It's all part of the charm, I suppose. Oh, the things one sees and hears in vaudeville.
Saksabar, a place of melodies and harmonies. It is said that the music there dances with the wind, flowing through the streets like a river of sound. I have heard whispers of its enchanting cafes, where poets and musicians gather to share their art. But alas, my dear friend, I'm afraid I cannot guide you there. My roots are firmly planted in the Blackwoods, and my path lies within its embrace. However, if you seek the rhythm of life, perhaps the Blackwoods can teach you a melody of its own.
Ah, my purpose on the trip, you ask? Well, I was there to spread my wings and explore new horizons, my dear detective. Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, I sought to expand my business empire and seize opportunities that lay beyond the borders of vaudeville. After all, fortune favors the bold, does it not? So off I went like a moth to a flame, ready to conquer the untamed lands of India. Little did I know the journey would be fraught with peril and treachery. Oh, Maria Jansen, you say? Ah, the elusive beauty with a mind as sharp as a razor. Our paths crossed briefly, my friend, but alas, it was but a fleeting encounter. You see, in this grand tapestry of life, people come and go like ships passing in the night. And Maria, well, she sailed away into the vast ocean of possibilities, leaving behind only whispers of her presence. But fear not, for I am a master of observation, and I shall assist you in unraveling this enigma. Oh, my dear detective, you underestimate my powers of perception. Allow me to paint a picture for you, using words as my brush. When I beheld the radiant visage of Maria Jansen, it was as if the sun itself had chosen to bestow its warmth upon her. Her countenance exuded an air of sophistication and mystery, like a rare gem hidden amidst a sea of mediocrity. In her eyes, oh, those mesmerizing orbs, they sparkled with a brilliance that could rival the stars in the heavens. Love, you say? Ah, my astute investigator, you've caught me in a delightful game of intrigue. Love is but a wild beast that prowls the labyrinth of the heart, and I, like a cunning hunter, have tamed the beast with the mastery of my emotions. But alas, let us not dwell on matters of the heart, for we have more pressing matters at hand. Do we not? The shadows of this investigation grow longer, and it is time to shed light on the truth that lurks in the depths. Well, my dear detective, you've stumbled upon a fascinating thread in this intricate tapestry of events. Nicola Grossman, a dear friend of mine, last graced my presence in the realm of the living not too long ago. Like a fleeting comet across the night sky, he dazzled with his brilliance and left an indelible mark on my soul. But fear not, for I am a master of memories, and I shall weave together the strands of our encounters to aid you in your quest for answers. Ah, my inquisitive friend, you seek the precise date of my encounter with the illustrious Nicola Grossman? How delightful! But alas, I must confess that my memory, vast as it may be, does not concern itself with trivial matters such as dates. For you see, time is but a fickle mistress, dancing to her own whims and caprices. So, let us not be bound by the shackles of chronology, but instead, let us delve into the depths of the story that unfolds before us. Oh, my dear detective, you persist in your quest for details, do you not? Very well, I shall indulge your curiosity. The last sighting of the enigmatic Nicola Grossman occurred within the hallowed halls of Vaudeville Country Club, where the elite gathered to discuss their lofty ambitions and bask in the glow of their success. Like a rare bird perched upon a gilded branch, he graced the club with his presence, leaving an impression that lingers in the minds of those fortunate enough to have crossed his path.
Nicola. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't believe I know anyone by that name. Who is Nicola? Oh, you mean Nicola Grossman? Yes, now I remember. It's been quite a while since I last saw him. We used to hang out together, you know, before the whole India trip. But after they came back, he seemed different, almost paranoid. He became really quiet and withdrawn. It's quite concerning, actually. Why do you ask about him? Is there something going on with him? Oh, Detective Martini, I must say, I find your investigation quite intriguing. You mentioned that Nicola was murdered on April 23rd. How dreadful. Do you have any leads or suspects in mind? Oh, yes, I did mention that, didn't I? Well, after the trip to India, there was a noticeable change in Nicola's demeanor. He became rather worried and almost paranoid. He became unusually silent and kept to himself most of the time. It was rather concerning, to be honest. I wondered what could have caused such a shift in his behavior. But I'm afraid I don't have much more information beyond that. Is there something specific about his behavior that interests you, Detective? Detective Martini, forgive me for not clarifying earlier. The expedition to India took place a few months ago, but I'm not entirely certain of the exact dates. Would you like me to try and find out more about the timing of the trip? Maria Jensen, Mr. and Mrs. Potter, and I used to spend quite a bit of time together. We would often attend social events and gatherings, discussing various topics and enjoying each other's company. However, I must admit, I'm quite surprised to hear that Maria was hanging out with the Potters recently. I hadn't heard anything about that. Do you have any more details about their interactions, Detective? I apologize if I misspoke, but as far as I know, after the India trip, I didn't see or hear about the Potters and Maria spending much time together. It's possible that they may have had some contact that I wasn't aware of, but I can't say for certain. Is there a particular reason you're interested in their post-India trip activities? Detective Martini. Suspicious. What do you mean, detective? Are you suggesting that there is something untoward about the relationship between the Potters and Maria after the India trip? I must admit, I find that quite surprising. Could you please elaborate on why you find it suspicious? Perhaps there's something I'm missing or a specific incident that has caught your attention. Something happened on the trip that caused harm to the relationship. That's certainly a possibility, but I'm not aware of any significant incidents that occurred during the expedition to India. Nevertheless, if there was something that took place, it could have affected the dynamics among the group. If you have any more information or if there's a particular reason you suspect something happened, I'd be interested to hear your thoughts, Detective Martini.
Ah, the infamous India trip, a tale of ambition and shattered dreams. You see, my dear detective, during that ill-fated expedition, tensions ran high among the esteemed Mr. Potter, Count Gravesen, and our unfortunate victims. Rumor has it that their discussions were as harmonious as a cat in a room full of rocking chairs. But alas, the specifics of their disagreements remain a mystery to me. It seems the secrets of their discord were buried beneath the vast sands of India. Oh, the drama! The intrigue! Oh, my dear Detective Martini, you've stumbled upon a tangled web of relationships and emotions. As for the affections of the illustrious Count Gravesen towards the Potters, it's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Who can truly decipher the inner workings of the human heart? Perhaps the Count's feelings were as elusive as a ghost in the moonlight, or maybe he held them close to his chest like a well-guarded treasure. Only time will reveal the depths of his admiration, or lack thereof, for the Potters. Oh, my inquisitive friend, you have touched a nerve. Yes, indeed, Mr. Potter was known to engage in spirited debates with more than one individual. His words were as sharp as a serpent's fangs, leaving no room for ambiguity. Like a tempest in a teacup, his arguments would stir up quite the storm. But alas, the specifics of those heated exchanges elude me like a fleeting dream. It seems the echoes of his disputes have faded into the abyss of forgotten memories. How vexing! Well, my dear detective, it appears you're on a quest for the juiciest tidbits of gossip. Now, let me tell you, Count Gravesen was no stranger to a good old-fashioned verbal joust. He could spar with the best of them, his tongue as sharp as a tailor's needle. But to unravel the threads of his disagreements, one would need the patience of a saint and the cunning of a fox. Alas, the details of his quarrels remain hidden in the shadows, like whispers in the wind. Ah, my astute investigator, you're persistent in your pursuit of knowledge. But alas, in the realm of Mrs. Potter's arguments, I must disappoint you. Like a silent breeze on a moonless night, her disputes have left little trace in the annals of Vaudeville's social circles. It seems her words were as elusive as a ghostly apparition vanishing into the ether before they could be captured. Ah, the eternal dance of disagreement, my dear detective. Who can resist the allure of a good argument? As for the clash between Mr. Potter and Count Gravesen, it was a symphony of opposing wills. A tango of egos. Perhaps their paths diverged on matters of business strategy, or maybe their personalities clashed like two bulls in a china shop. But the specifics, my curious companion, are as hidden as a needle in a haystack. One can only imagine the grand spectacle of their verbal sparring like two peacocks vying for dominance. Oh, my discerning interlocutor, you persist in your quest for the truth. How delightful! Now, let me regale you with a tale of warring titans, Mr. Potter and Count Gravesen. Their arguments, like a tempest in a teapot, were not confined to mere trivialities of business. No, my friend, their clashes were as multifaceted as a diamond's facets. Matters of pride, ambition, and personal vendettas danced in the shadows of their disputes. My dear detective, you continue to wander in the labyrinth of curiosity, seeking answers that may forever elude your grasp. The intricacies of Mr. Potter and Count Gravesen's disagreements are as enigmatic as a riddle wrapped in a conundrum. They could have been embroiled in a feud over matters of power and influence, or perhaps their clash was fueled by the age-old rivalry of two lions vying for the same throne. Alas, the specifics remain veiled in the mists of uncertainty, leaving us to ponder their intricacies like a puzzle with missing pieces. Well, my inquisitive friend, it seems you're not familiar with the metaphorical language I've woven. When I mentioned the same throne, I was referring to a figurative battle for dominance or leadership. You see, just as two kings may vie for control over a kingdom, Mr. Potter and Count Gravesen may have found themselves locked in a struggle for supremacy within their respective domains. It's a poetic way of saying they were competing for influence and authority. But do forgive me if my words are too lofty for your taste. My dear detective, you continue to dance around the edges of speculation, like a moth drawn to a flickering flame. But, alas, your insinuation about Mrs. Potter's involvement in the arguments between Mr. Potter and Count Gravesen is as misguided as a blindfolded archer shooting at shadows. Let me assure you, my dear interlocutor, that the complexities of their disputes transcend mere matters of personal relationships. To reduce their disagreements to a mere tussle over Mrs. Potter's affections would be akin to mistaking a pebble for a diamond. Jealousy, you say? Like a mouse chasing its own tail. You seem fixated on the idea of romantic entanglements. But let me remind you, my curious companion, that the world is a vast stage, and our lives are but fleeting performances. The intricacies of human emotions are as elusive as a ghost in the moonlight, and to reduce the clashes of these titans to a simple matter of jealousy would be as foolish as trying to catch the wind in a butterfly net. Ah, dear detective, it seems you have an insatiable appetite for scandalous tales. But I must disappoint you yet again. The notion of an affair causing the arguments between Mr. Potter and Count Gravesen is as preposterous as a cat wearing a top hat. The threads of their disputes were woven with much grander ambitions and intricate power dynamics. To suggest that a mere dalliance could unravel their intricate tapestry of enmity would be like mistaking a drop of rain for a tidal wave.
Drama between Potter and Gravesen. I must say, I wasn't aware of any specific drama between them. They were both part of the business evaluation team for the Indian project, but I didn't witness or hear about any conflicts or disagreements between them. It's possible that there were some tensions that I wasn't privy to, but I can't provide you with more details on that matter. Is there a specific incident or situation you're referring to, Detective? They argued on the trip. That's quite surprising to me. As far as my interactions with them, Mr. Potter and Count Gravison seemed to get along fairly well. It's unusual to think that they had arguments during their time in India. If there were clashes or disputes, it's something that wasn't apparent to me. Could you please share more information about the nature of their arguments, Detective?
The trip. Quite an adventure, I must say. We had our fair share of disagreements, as any group of strong-willed individuals would. But arguments are a natural part of any journey, don't you think? It adds a bit of excitement and spice to the whole experience. Why do you ask? Oh, really, that's quite intriguing. Pray, do tell me more about these alleged arguments with Mr. Potter and the victims. It seems there's quite a tale unfolding here. Please, enlighten me with the details. Different opinions on business matters, you say? Well, it's only natural for a group of investors and entertainers like us to have differing viewpoints when it comes to matters of commerce and trade. After all, diversity of thought often leads to innovation and growth. But I'm rather curious, what specifically were these differences in opinions regarding? Investments. Now that is a topic close to my heart. I do pride myself on having a keen eye for lucrative opportunities around the world. Tell me, Detective Martini, what exactly have you heard about our investment discussions? I'm quite intrigued to know what stories are circulating about our endeavors. Well, I must say, I find it rather amusing that there are tales being spun about my involvement in these investment matters. Pray, do tell me, what have these rumors been whispering in your ear? I'm eager to hear what kind of tales have been woven about my ventures and the differences of opinion that supposedly arose. Changed, you say? How intriguing. I can't help but wonder in what way these unfortunate individuals were said to have changed after our trip. Was it a change in behavior, appearance, or perhaps even their outlook on life? I'm genuinely curious to know what transformations have been attributed to them. Please, do enlighten me with the details. Nervous and quiet, you say? That is indeed quite peculiar. I must admit, it piques my curiosity to learn more about these alleged changes in their demeanor. What could have caused such a shift in their behavior? Were there any specific incidents or events that occurred during or after the trip that might shed some light on this transformation? I'm eager to... Nicola Grossman, you say? Well, I must admit, I'm not quite familiar with the name. It's possible that our paths may have crossed during the trip, but I can't recall the specific encounters. Could you perhaps provide me with more information about Nicola Grossman? It might jog my memory and help me recall if and when I last saw them. A businessman like me, you say? How fascinating. It seems that Mr. Grossman and I share a common interest in the world of commerce. I do wonder, what kind of business pursuits was Mr. Grossman involved in? Did his ventures align with mine, or did we have divergent areas of focus? It's always intriguing to learn about fellow entrepreneurs and the journeys they embark upon. Oh, a butcher's knife, you ask? Well, I must admit, I have quite an extensive collection of knives from various cultures and time periods. Butcher's knives, chef's knives, ceremonial blades, you name it. They are all part of my fascination with the artistry and craftsmanship of blades. with a sudden curiosity about butcher's knives. Detective Martini. Is there a particular reason you're interested in that specific type of blade? Pascala's grocery, you say? How intriguing. I do enjoy exploring the local markets and shops in Vaudeville, but I can't recall if I've specifically visited Pascala's grocery. Tell me, what makes Pascala's grocery so special? Are there any unique items or delicacies that I should be aware of? I'm always on the lookout for new and interesting additions to my culinary adventures. Mushrooms, you say? Well, that certainly piques my interest. I do have a fondness for exotic ingredients and flavors, and mushrooms are no exception. Detective Martini, do tell me more about these mushrooms that are sold at Pascala's grocery. Are they of a particular variety or origin? I'm quite curious to learn about the treasures that lay within the shelves of that esteemed establishment. Amanita, you say? How fascinating. The Amanita genus does encompass a wide range of mushroom species, some of which are known for their distinctive appearance and intriguing properties. I must admit, I haven't had the pleasure of trying Amanita mushrooms myself. Pray, do enlighten me, are these Amanita varieties prized for their culinary uses, or do they possess some other special qualities? I'm always eager to explore new gastronomic experiences. Oh, how interesting. Poisonous, you say? Well, that certainly adds a thrilling twist to the story. I do enjoy learning about the various facets of nature, even when it comes to the more dangerous elements. Detective Martini, do tell me more about these poisonous Amanita mushrooms. What makes them so unique and potentially hazardous? I'm quite intrigued by the intricacies of the natural world. Miss S. Potter, you say? Ah, the lovely Miss S. Potter. It seems we have a shared appreciation for the enigmatic allure of these perilous fungi. How fascinating. I must admit, I'm rather curious to know more about Miss S. Potter's interest in such a distinctive and potentially treacherous delicacy. Pray, do indulge me with the details. Is she an adventurous gastronome or perhaps an avid mycophile? I'm genuinely fascinated by the connections we may share in our diverse tastes and preferences. Ah, a mushroom soup cooked by Miss S. Potter on the second to last day of the India trip. Now that sounds like a delightful culinary adventure. I can only imagine the flavors and aromas that wafted through the air as she prepared this dish. Detective Martini, do tell me, was the soup well received by the other travelers? I'm always intrigued by the art of cooking and the way it brings people together through the enjoyment of a good meal. Detective, what an intriguing turn of events. I must admit, the story you've just shared has captured my curiosity. So, Miss S. Potter's husband consumed the poisonous mushroom soup and tragically lost his life. How unfortunate and mysterious. Pray, do enlighten me on the aftermath of this incident. Were there any suspicions or investigations surrounding the circumstances of his untimely demise? I cannot help but be captivated by such intriguing tales.
Oh, Maria Jansen. Such a tragedy, isn't it? Well, let me think. I last saw her a few days ago, actually. She came into the shop to buy some fresh vegetables. We had a little chat about her favorite recipes. She was always so friendly and full of life. It breaks my heart to think that she's no longer with us. Such a terrible loss for Vaudeville. Let me see if I can remember. She bought some beautiful ripe tomatoes, a bunch of crisp lettuce, and a bag of vibrant carrots. I remember her saying she was planning to make a delicious salad for a dinner party she was hosting. She had such a knack for creating tasty and healthy dishes. It's such a shame that her talent and zest for cooking won't be shared with the world anymore.
Oh, Count Gravison always did have a way with words, didn't he? Such a charming and eccentric individual. But alas, his words hold no weight in my heart. Lovely or not, it matters not to me. I am but a widow with a taste for the finer things in life. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must continue my shopping. Well, how observant of you to notice. Perhaps my outfit does resemble a poisonous mushroom, but I assure you, I am far from being toxic. In fact, I find a touch of mischief quite delightful. Life is too short to be dull and predictable, don't you think? So, let me embrace my unique style and enjoy the reactions it elicits. After all, it's the little surprises that make this world more interesting. Ah, the memories of that fateful day still haunt me. It was a chilly winter's eve, 2 years ago, when my dear husband Victor succumbed to the flu while we were in India. Such a tragic turn of events, wouldn't you say? But life goes on, and here I am, carrying the weight of his absence with a smile upon my face. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must attend to my shopping.
Oh, Hayley Greenwood. Yes, she performed here on the 21st of April. It was such a tragedy what happened to her. Such a talented dancer. She will be missed. The show on the 21st of April. It was quite a memorable night. So many people came to see my performance. I had fans from all over Europe in the audience. But as for specific individuals who watched the show, I'm afraid I don't keep track of every single face in the crowd. Is there a particular reason you're asking? Nicola Grossman. That name doesn't ring a bell. I'm not familiar with them. Why do you ask about Nicola Grossman? Were they involved in the burlesque scene or connected to the theatre in any way? Maria Jansen. The name sounds vaguely familiar, but I can't say for sure if she was here on that specific night. There are so many faces in the audience, it's difficult to keep track of everyone. Do you have Mrs. Potter? That name sounds intriguing. I'm not sure if I recall anyone by that name being present on the 21st of April. Can you tell me more about Mrs. Potter? Are they connected to the burlesque scene or the theatre in some way? Count Gravison. Oh, yes, I remember seeing him at the show on the night of April 21st. He's quite a distinguished gentleman, always dressed to impress. Did you have a particular reason for asking about his presence that night? Oh, my goodness. That's tragic. I had no idea that Hayley died on the same night. How terrible. I'm curious, do you suspect that there may be a connection between the Count's attendance and Hayley's unfortunate fate? I'm not entirely sure if the two had any interaction that evening. As much as I would love to be the center of attention, I can't keep track of every conversation happening around me. But it's intriguing to think that there might be a possible connection. Is there any specific reason you're interested in knowing if they spoke? Her own stiletto. How dreadful. That's truly a tragic and unexpected way to meet one's end. I can't imagine the pain and shock she must have experienced. But why do you mention her stiletto specifically? Do you suspect foul play or something more sinister behind her untimely demise? The show ended around midnight that night. It was a fantastic performance, and the audience seemed to thoroughly enjoy it. Why do you ask about the show's ending time? Is there something specific you're trying to piece together? Late hours. How intriguing. I must admit, I'm not aware of the exact timeline of events that evening. But it does make me wonder what could have happened during those late hours. Do you suspect that something suspicious occurred after the show? Stilettos. Yes, Haley often wore stilettos for her performances. They were part of her signature style. But why do you ask about her choice of footwear? Is there something significant about it in relation to her unfortunate demise? Oh, really, that's quite shocking. I had no idea that poor Haley was found in front of this very club. How tragic. I can't even begin to imagine what could have happened to her. Do you have any more details about the circumstances surrounding her discovery? That's a chilling thought, isn't it? To think that such a gruesome act could have taken place right outside our beloved cabaret. It's hard to fathom that someone would use her own stiletto against her. But tell me, Detective Martini, what leads you to believe that this timeline could fit? Is there something specific that points to this theory? The departure of Count Gravesen. I must admit, I didn't pay close attention to his movements that night. But now that you mention it, I'm curious to know if there's any significance to his departure time. Did you notice anything peculiar about his exit? Leaving at the end of the show or sooner? Now you've got me intrigued, Detective Martini. I can't say for certain when exactly the Count left, as I tend to be quite occupied with my own performance. But I'm eager to hear if there's a reason you're particularly interested in his departure timing. Do you suspect it may be connected to Haley's tragic fate? Detective Martini, you have such an imagination. Accusing the Count of such a heinous crime. It's almost like something out of a thrilling novel. But really, do you have any evidence to support such a claim? Or is this just a hunch based on conjecture? His motive? Oh, now you've piqued my curiosity, Detective Martini. Pray tell, why do you suspect the Count of having a motive to harm Haley? Is there something specific about their relationship or interactions that raises suspicion? I must admit, I find it hard to believe that someone as refined and esteemed as the Count would have a motive for such a terrible act. But I'm all ears. Suspicious behavior from Haley. Well, I must say, she always had a mischievous and playful nature, which added to her charm on stage. but I can't recall anything particularly suspicious about her behavior on that night. Why do you ask? Is there something specific you're looking for, a particular incident you're curious about? Fearful or nervous? No, quite the contrary. Haley had a vibrant and confident energy about her. She thrived on the thrill of performing and captivating the audience. I never sensed any fear or nervousness from her. But why do you inquire about her emotional state that evening? Do you suspect it may have played a role in what transpired? Oh, India. How fascinating. I do recall hearing whispers of a trip to India that Haley had taken. It must have been an incredible experience for her. Unfortunately, she didn't share many details with me about her journey. But I'm curious, why do you ask about her trip? Is there something specific you're looking for, a connection you're trying to make? Join her on the India trip. Oh, how I wish I could have. But alas, I was busy with my performances here in Vaudeville at the time. It sounds like it was quite an adventure for her, though. Why do you bring up the topic of the India trip? Do you think it could be related to what happened to poor Haley?
Oh, my dear, happy marriages are such a rarity, don't you think? But let's just say that my late husband and I had our differences. He had his own way of doing things, you see, and I had my desires for a more exciting life. But alas, those desires were often suppressed. Such a shame, really. But now I am free to indulge in all the pleasures that were once denied to me. Life is full of possibilities, wouldn't you agree? Oh my, happiness is a rather elusive concept, isn't it? But let's not dwell on the past. After all, what's done is done. Now I have the freedom to pursue my own happiness, to revel in the joys of independence. And believe me, I intend to make the most of it. So, let's focus on the present and the delightful adventures that await me. Exciting times lie ahead, don't you think? Ah, my dear, if only you knew the truth. Mr. Potter may have been a respectable husband on the surface, but behind closed doors. He had his flaws. Let's just say that he had a tendency to be controlling. He had his reasons, of course, but it made for a stifling existence at times. But now, I am free to spread my wings and experience the world in all its glory. No more restrictions, no more compromises. It's a thrilling prospect, wouldn't you agree? Well, my dear, happiness is a complex and ever-changing state of being, isn't it? But let's just say that I am on a journey to find my own version of happiness. Life is full of twists and turns, and I am determined to embrace them all with a mischievous twinkle in my eye. So, while I may not be entirely happy in this very moment, I am certainly relishing the freedom and excitement that comes with being true to oneself. And who knows what delightful surprises lie ahead. Life is an adventure, after all. Abusive. My, such a strong word. Let's just say that our dynamic had its challenges. Mr. Potter had a way of exerting control, of dampening my spirit. But I refuse to dwell on the negatives, my dear. Instead, I choose to focus on the present and the boundless possibilities that await me. After all, life is far too short to be weighed down by the past, wouldn't you agree? Now, let's find those exquisite oranges, shall we?
Yeah, Mrs. Potter. A truly fascinating woman, wouldn't you agree? I must say, I find her quite intriguing. She possesses a certain charm and allure that is hard to resist. I must admit, I am quite curious to know your thoughts on her as well. Ah, beauty, a captivating trait indeed. But tell me, my dear Detective Martini, what else do you find interesting about Mrs. Potter? Is it her grace, her wit, or perhaps something else that catches your attention? Please, do share your insights with me. Oh, is that so? It seems Mrs. Potter has found her way to happiness, liberated from the shackles of an abusive marriage. How delightful for her. I must say, it warms my heart to hear that. Pray, do enlighten me. How did you come to discover this newfound happiness of hers? Well, isn't that marvelous? To be able to do whatever one pleases, free from the constraints of a troubled past. I can only imagine the sense of liberation and empowerment that Mrs. Potter must feel. Detective Martini, may I ask, what has Mrs. Potter been occupying herself with now that she has the freedom to pursue her desires? Cooking, you say? How fascinating. It seems Mrs. Potter has discovered a passion for culinary arts. I can just envision her in the kitchen, creating delectable dishes with her newfound joy and creativity. Tell me, my dear detective, what kind of cuisine does Mrs. Potter excel in? Is it traditional recipes, exotic flavors, or perhaps a unique fusion of different culinary influences? I am most intrigued to know. Exotic flavors and mushroom collecting, you say? My, that is quite the intriguing combination. It appears that Miss S. Potter has a taste for the unusual and a penchant for exploring the depths of gastronomy. I must admit, I am rather curious about her mushroom collection. Pray, Detective Martini, do you happen to know if Miss S. Potter collects them for cooking purposes or if there is a deeper fascination behind her interest in these peculiar fungi? Mushroom soups, you say? How delightful. I can only imagine the rich, earthy aromas and the tantalizing blend of flavors in Miss S. Potter's culinary creations. It seems that her love for mushrooms goes beyond mere admiration, as she incorporates them into her dishes with great skill and creativity. I find myself intrigued, dear detective. Are there any particular types of mushrooms that Miss S. Potter favors in her soup recipes? Perhaps there are some rare or unique varieties that add an extra touch of enchantment to her culinary endeavors. Ah, Amanita, a fascinating choice indeed. The Amanita genus encompasses a wide range of species, some of which are quite renowned for their distinctive appearance and intriguing properties. Tell me, Detective Martini, does Miss S. Potter have a specific preference for a certain type of Amanita in her mushroom soups? And I must ask, does she forage for these Amanitas herself, or does she have a trusted source for such delicate and potentially dangerous ingredients? I do hope she exercises caution in her pursuits. Feelings for Miss S. Potter. Oh, my dear detective, you have struck a chord of curiosity within me. Pray, do tell, what brings about this inquiry? Is there a particular reason you suspect that I might harbor feelings for her? I am most intrigued to hear your thoughts on the matter. Oh, my sincere apologies if I have given off the impression of having personal affections towards Miss S. Potter. I assure you, my interest stems purely from a genuine fascination with intriguing individuals such as yourself. As a collector of stories and admirer of unique personalities, it is only natural for me to inquire about those who captivate my attention. Please, do forgive any misunderstanding. Now, if there are any other matters or inquiries that pique your interest, I am all ears. Detective Martini. Indeed, my dear detective, I am Count Bravazin, a title bestowed upon me by birthright, though I must admit, it is not without its own set of eccentricities and responsibilities. But tell me, what has sparked your curiosity about my noble status? Wealth, my dear detective, is a rather subjective concept, wouldn't you agree? One might measure wealth in material possessions, while others might find it in the richness of experiences or the depth of knowledge. So, I must ask, what does wealth mean to you? Is it merely a matter of financial abundance, or is there something more to it? I am quite curious to hear your perspective on the matter. The Cubon Club, you say? How intriguing. I do enjoy exploring the vibrant social scene of Vaudeville, and the Cubon Club is certainly a place of interest. However, I'm afraid I do not recall specific details about my whereabouts on April 21st. You see, my schedule tends to be filled with various engagements and activities. But do tell me, Detective Martini, why do you inquire about that particular date? Yeah, April 21st to 23rd, you say? Well, those were eventful days indeed. I believe I was attending a charity gala at the Vaudeville Opera House on the 21st, raising funds for a local orphanage. Such a delightful evening it was, filled with music, laughter, and generosity. On the 22nd, I had a friendly golf match with some fellow noblemen at the prestigious Vaudeville Golf Club. I must say, my swing was quite impeccable that day. And as for the 23rd, yeah, the 23rd, pray tell, what happened on that particular day? I'm always fascinated by the events that unfold in this vibrant city. Do share with me, Detective Martini, what piqued your interest about my whereabouts on that day. Oh, how intriguing. Victims, you say? How unfortunate. But do enlighten me, dear detective, what connection do you see between these unfortunate incidents and my activities on those specific days? I assure you, I am but a humble collector of oddities and a lover of art and culture. The Cubon Club, you say? My, what a splendid establishment it is. A night filled with music, dancing, and good company. It's no wonder I was seen there, enjoying the lively atmosphere. But pray tell, Detective Martini, why is my presence at the Cubon Club on the night of Haley's tragic demise of any significance? Surely, being seen in a public venue does not make one guilty of any wrongdoing. Opportunity to kill her, you say? How intriguing. Pray, do enlighten me, dear detective, how did I come to possess such an opportunity? I must admit, I am quite curious to hear your theory. April 22nd, you ask? Well, that was a delightful day indeed. I had the pleasure of spending it at my country estate, indulging in a round of hunting with some esteemed guests. The thrill of the chase, the camaraderie, and the beauty of nature all around us. It was truly a day to remember. But tell me, Detective Martini, why does my whereabouts on April 22nd hold any significance in your investigation? Oh, my sincere apologies for the confusion, dear detective. It appears I misspoke. Allow me to clarify. On the 22nd of April, I was, in fact, at the prestigious Vaudeville Golf Club, engaging in a friendly golf match with some fellow noblemen. I do apologize for the mix-up. Now, I am curious to know why my activities on that specific day are of interest to your investigation. Pray, do share your thoughts with me. My sincerest apologies, Detective Martini, but I'm afraid I cannot recall the exact time I was present at the golf club on that day. You see, my schedule tends to be quite flexible, and time tends to slip away when one is engrossed in a game of skill and strategy. However, I assure you, my presence there was purely for leisure and camaraderie. Is there a particular reason why the timing of my visit to the club is of significance in your inquiry? Ah, the 23rd of April, you say? Well, that day was filled with various engagements and activities. I must admit, my memory can sometimes be a bit hazy when it comes to specific details. But I am genuinely curious, dear detective, why is my whereabouts on the 23rd of such interest to you? Pray, do enlighten me. Pascal's grocery shop, you mention. I'm afraid I am not familiar with that particular establishment. Tell me, Detective Martini, why does Pascal's grocery shop hold significance in our conversation? Is there a connection between the shop and the unfortunate incidents we've been discussing? I'm quite eager to understand the relevance. A strong man, you ask? Well, I must say, physical strength has never been my forte. I am more inclined towards intellectual pursuits and the refinement of the arts. But pray, why do you inquire about my strength, dear detective? I'm curious to know how it relates to the matters we've been discussing.
Well. What do we have here? A ringing phone. Let's see who's on the other end, shall we? Ah, another interruption in my riveting day. Who could it be this time? Perhaps someone with valuable information. Or just another nuisance trying to waste my time. Only one way to find out. I pick up the receiver and grumble into the phone, Chief Gretzky speaking. Who has the audacity to disturb me now? Bugs Bunny, you say? Interesting choice of alias. I hope you have a good reason for calling me. Speak up, what's on your mind? Hungry, huh? And you decided to call the police station to share your profound hunger with me. How delightful. Tell me, Mr. or Miss Bunny, what exactly do you expect me to do about your appetite? Oh, I see. You want me to play the role of your personal pizza delivery service now, do you? Well, I hate to burst your bubble, but I'm afraid that's not within my job description. I suggest you find a more appropriate avenue to satisfy your culinary desires. Now, unless you have something relevant to discuss, I kindly ask that you refrain from wasting any more of my precious time. Good day. Ah, the murder of Nicola Grossman, you say? A puzzling case indeed. If only we had a witness to shed some light on this matter. But tell me, Bugs Bunny, why do you think there might be a witness to this particular murder? Do you have some information that you'd like to share? Don't keep me waiting, spit it out.
Oh, April 23rd. Let me think. That was a Wednesday, right? Well, that day I was actually at the Coral Bar downtown. It's this amazing place decorated like an underwater paradise. I love going there to meet new people and dance my heart out. It's such a vibrant and inspiring atmosphere. I remember that night specifically because there was this incredible jazz band playing. The music was so soulful, it just swept me away. I had such a great time. Why do you ask, Detective Martini?
Oh, April 23rd. That was a few weeks ago. Why do you ask? Is there something special about that date? Ah, I see. Well, on that particular evening, I was performing at the Bumblebee Cabaret Theatre. It was a fabulous show, if I do say so myself. The audience was absolutely captivated by my performance. Did you happen to catch the show?
Oh, Detective Martini, April 23rd feels like such a long time ago. Why do you ask? Is there something specific you're trying to investigate? Oh my, Nicola Grossman was murdered on that day. How dreadful. I had no idea. I'm truly shocked to hear this news. I didn't have any plans or engagements on that particular day, so I can't provide any information about my whereabouts. But please, if there's anything else I can assist you with, do let me know.
Well, my dear interlocutor, on the fateful day of April 23rd, I was basking in the opulence of the Vaudeville Country Club, surrounded by the creme de la creme of society. While you may search for clues and chase shadows, I was indulging in the finer things in life, sipping champagne and discussing lucrative business ventures. But alas, I'm sure you'll find some other poor soul to cast your suspicions upon. Good luck in your endeavors, Detective Martini. Ah, Count Gravesen, a fascinating character indeed. A man as elusive as a shadow in the moonlight, a master of intrigue and manipulation. Yes, I've had the pleasure of crossing paths with him on occasion. But, my friend, treading in the world of the elite requires a discerning eye and a taste for discretion. So, while I may know of Count Gravesen, the depths of our interaction shall remain shrouded in mystery. Like whispers carried away by the wind. Oh, my dear interlocutor, you seem to be quite the curious detective, delving into the scandalous affairs of the high society. But let me remind you, prying into the personal lives of others is as futile as chasing shadows in the dark. The secrets of the aristocracy are like a labyrinth, where truth and deception intertwine. And only those with the sharpest wit can navigate its treacherous corridors.
Oh, April 23rd. Such a dreadful day. I was at home, all alone, mourning the loss of my dear husband. It was a day filled with sorrow and melancholy. But let's not dwell on such gloomy matters, shall we? Is there anything else I can assist you with, dear?
Oh, April 23rd. Let me think. Yeah, I remember now. That was the day I had a special promotion on my fresh strawberries. They were so juicy and delicious, everyone in town couldn't resist them. I was running around the store, making sure everyone got their fair share of those sweet red beauties. It was a busy day, but it was so much fun. You should have seen the smiles on people's faces when they tasted those strawberries. It was like a little taste of heaven right here in Vaudeville. Oh, let me tell you, my friend. On that day, the whole city seemed to flock to my humble grocery shop. It was like a bustling marketplace, filled with customers from all walks of life. I had the pleasure of serving the lovely Miss S. Potter, of course. She's a regular, and always brightens up my day with her delightful stories. Then there was Mr. Johnson, the local baker, picking up some flour for his famous pastries. Ah, yes, how could I forget? There were so many wonderful folks that came by on April 23rd. Let me see if I can recall some of their names. Yes, there was the charming Mr. Rodriguez, a painter from Spain, looking for some fresh vegetables to inspire his next masterpiece. And then there was Madame Dupont, the elegant French lady with a penchant for exotic spices. She was searching for that perfect blend to add a little genie-sized quah to her culinary creations. Well, my dear friend, I must say that my shop is a place of life and vibrancy. We stay open until the evening, allowing our customers to browse and enjoy the delights that fill our shelves. Closing time is at 8 p.m., but you know what they say, time flies when you're having fun. So, if you ever find yourself in need of some tasty treats or friendly conversation, don't hesitate to swing by before the clock strikes 8. Break into my shop. Goodness gracious, no. My little grocery store is a haven of happiness and deliciousness. No one would dare to break in and disturb the harmony of fresh produce and delightful conversations. We have a strong community here in Vaudeville, and everyone looks out for one another. Besides, with all the wonderful people and bustling activity, I don't think anyone would want to miss out on the joy that my store brings. It's a treasure trove of culinary wonders, my friend. After the shop closed at 8 p.m., my friend, I was out and about enjoying the vibrant nightlife of our beloved city. You see, even though I work hard during the day, I love to soak up the energy and excitement that fills the streets of Vaudeville after dark. There's always something happening, whether it's a jazz performance at a local cafe or a poetry reading in one of our charming parks. I believe in embracing life to the fullest, my friend, and that includes savoring the magic of our city's cultural offerings. Oh, my friend, you wouldn't believe the adventures we have in this little grocery store. Just the other day, one of my regular customers, Miss S. Johnson, came in looking for a butcher's knife. She's quite the talented cook, you know, and wanted to prepare a special dish for her dinner party. We had a good laugh as I showed her the assortment of knives I had in stock, explaining the different types and their uses. In the end, she found the perfect one and left with a big smile on her face, ready to conquer the culinary world. Ah, my friend, you had impeccable timing. You won't believe what happened just the other day. Another customer, Mr. Thompson, a local chef with a flair for the dramatic, also purchased a butcher's knife from my shop. He was planning a grand feast for a group of esteemed guests, and needed a top-notch tool to showcase his skills. We had a delightful conversation about the art of butchery and the importance of having the right equipment. It's always fascinating to see how passionate people are about their craft, isn't it? The night Nicola was found. My goodness, my friend, it was a night that shook our little community to its core. I remember it vividly. I had closed up the shop and was heading home, whistling a tune and feeling quite content. But as I turned the corner, there she was, poor Nicola, lying lifeless outside my store. It was a shock, I tell you. The whole neighborhood was buzzing with whispers and questions. Who could have done such a thing? It's a tragedy, my friend, a tragedy indeed. You're absolutely right, my friend. I apologize for the mistake. It's just that the name Nikolai can be used for both men and women, and sometimes my memory plays tricks on me. Thank you for correcting me. So yes, it was a man named Nikolai who was tragically found that fateful night. Such a terrible loss for Vaudeville. It's moments like these that remind us how fragile and precious life can be. We must cherish every moment and hold on to the memories of those we've lost. My dear friend, I wish I could tell you some thrilling tale of intrigue and mystery. But alas, I saw nothing suspicious that night. As I mentioned before, I had already closed up the shop and was on my way home when I stumbled upon poor Nicola's body. It was a shock, to say the least. But as for any suspicious activity or suspicious individuals, I'm afraid I have no such information to share. However, I'm here to help in any way I can, so if you need anything else, feel free to ask. Oh, my friend, I must admit that I didn't get a close look at the wounds on Nikolai's body. It was a distressing sight, and I didn't want to disturb the scene before the authorities arrived. I left it in the capable hands of Chief Gradsky and the police to investigate and gather all the necessary details. They are the experts in these matters, after all. I trust that they will uncover the truth and bring justice to Nikolai's unfortunate demise. Oh, Mrs. Potter. Now there's a fascinating character. You know, she's been coming to my shop for years, and I've heard some interesting whispers about her. They say she's been seen sneaking around with Count Gravesend, if you can believe it. Can you imagine the scandal if that's true? But hey, who am I to judge? Love knows no boundaries, right? So, what can I help you with today? Are you in the mood for some juicy gossip or perhaps some fresh vegetables? Ah, the affair between Mrs. Potter and Count Gravesend. It's quite the talk of the town, I must say. Rumor has it that they've been meeting in secret, exchanging passionate glances and stolen kisses. Some even claim to have spotted them together in the park, whispering sweet nothings to each other. It's all very romantic, don't you think? But of course, these are just rumors, and we can never be sure what's really going on behind closed doors. Oh, yes, Mrs. Potter is indeed married. Isn't that scandalous? But you know, love can be a complicated thing. People find themselves drawn to each other, regardless of their marital status. It's like a forbidden fruit, tempting and irresistible. I suppose that's what makes these affairs all the more thrilling and dangerous. Who knows what secrets lie beneath the surface? It's all part of the intrigue and drama that makes Vaudeville such an exciting place to live. So, what else can I help you with today? Count Gravesend. Yeah, now there's a question. You see, my dear friend, Count Gravesend has always been a bit of an enigma. Some say he's a bachelor, free to roam and pursue his romantic interests without any ties. Others claim that he's secretly wedded to his work, too devoted to his noble responsibilities to entertain the idea of marriage. But who can say for certain? The truth may be hidden behind the grand facade of his aristocratic life. Yeah, the mysteries of love and relationships. It's like a never-ending puzzle, isn't it? Ah, count me in for some gossip about good old Count Gravesend. Now, my friend, let me tell you what I've heard through the grapevine. They say that beneath his dignified exterior, he's got a wild side. Whispers circulate that he's been seen frequenting the jazz clubs downtown, sipping on expensive liqueurs and tapping his foot to the rhythm. Oh, and there's even talk of a secret talent for playing the saxophone. Can you believe it? The Count, a jazz enthusiast. Gravesend, my friend, is a man of mystery and intrigue. Besides his rumored affair with Mrs. Potter and his supposed love for jazz, there are whispers of hidden treasures within the walls of his grand manor. Some claim that he possesses a collection of rare artifacts from around the world, while others speculate that he's hiding a manticore in his basement. Can you imagine? A mythical creature right here in Vaudeville. Of course, I've never laid eyes on it myself, but the rumors persist.
Ah, a manticore, you say? How intriguing. Why, yes, I did have a manticore in my basement at one point. Quite a fascinating creature, I must say. But I'm afraid I've sold it to Monsieur Suxabar for training and use in the circus. Although, the manticore is still residing in the cellar while being prepared for its grand debut. But why the curiosity about my basement, Detective Martini? Is there something specific you'd like to know? Oh, Maria, you say. Such a tragedy. Animal attacks, you suspect. Fascinating. But I assure you, my dear detective, my beloved Inte Manticore would never harm a soul. It's been under the careful watch of the talented Monsieur Suxabar. Besides, the Manticore is far too majestic to be involved in such unfortunate events. I'm curious, though, what leads you to believe that a Manticore could be responsible for Maria's demise? Oh, the origins of my Manticore, you asked. Well, it's quite a tale, I must admit. You see, I acquired the magnificent creature during one of my expeditions to the distant lands of India. It was a rare find, indeed. The locals spoke of its mythical powers and its ability to strike fear into the hearts of its enemies. Of course, I couldn't resist adding it to my collection. But why this sudden interest in the Manticore's origins, Detective Martini? Is there something specific you're trying to uncover? Ah, the whereabouts of my dear Manticore. A delightful question, my dear detective. As I mentioned earlier, the Manticore is currently in the capable hands of Monsieur Suxabar, who is training it for its grand debut in the circus. However, I'm curious, why the curiosity about the Manticore's current location? Are you perhaps interested in witnessing its majestic presence yourself?
Ah, my dear friend, I am the one and only. The great and illustrious Monsieur Suxabar, lion tamer extraordinaire. How may I assist you on this fine day? Indeed, I did. The magnificent Count Gravesend and I share a mutual appreciation for the extraordinary. The Manticore is but one of the many wonders in my collection. Oh, my dear detective, the whereabouts of my beloved Manticore are not for you to know. He is safely tucked away in a place far beyond your reach. Preposterous. My majestic creature is under my watchful eye and poses no threat to anyone. Your wild accusations hold no merit in the presence of my expertise. None of your concern. No. 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 Old enough. Know where you would ever find it. Whatever it desires. I don't know. Busy. Not your concern. Somewhere you work.
The manticore, a creature of legend and lore. It's said to have the body of a lion, the wings of a bat, and a tail that ends in a cluster of deadly spikes. Some believe it roams these woods, while others dismiss it as mere fantasy. As the protector of the Blackwoods, I have encountered many creatures, but whether a manticore resides here or not, well, that remains a mystery. But fear not, dear friend, for I shall keep a watchful eye and ensure the safety of all who venture into these enchanted woods. Saksabar, you say? Ah, the name dances on the tip of my memory like a butterfly fluttering in the wind. Saksabar, Saksabar. Oh, how it tickles the depths of my mind. But alas, the answer eludes me like a mischievous sprite playing hide and seek in the moonlight. Perhaps it is a secret code whispered by the trees or a riddle whispered by the stars. Oh, dear interlocutor, people do indeed visit the woods, but their reasons vary like the colors of the autumn leaves. Some seek solace in the quiet embrace of nature, finding respite from the bustling city streets. Others come to explore the mysteries that lie within, hoping to catch a glimpse of the elusive creatures that call this place home. And there are those who simply yearn for adventure, their hearts beating with a thirst for the unknown. Oh, my wandering friend, the memory of April 21st dances like a fleeting shadow in the recesses of my mind. The Blackwoods, you see, holds many secrets, and the comings and goings of visitors can sometimes blur together like the whispers of the wind. But fear not, for I shall delve into the depths of my wisdom and consult with the ancient spirits of the forest. Give me a moment, and I shall unravel the threads of time to reveal the truth of that fateful day. Maria Jansen, you say? The name rings like a distant echo in the corridors of my recollection. A flicker of recognition brushes against the edges of my thoughts, like a butterfly's delicate touch upon a flower's petals. But alas, the details remain elusive, hiding behind the veils of my fractured memories. It seems that Maria Jansen's path has not crossed mine in a way that has imprinted upon my consciousness. However, worry not, dear seeker of knowledge. The inhabitants of the Blackwoods, they are as diverse and enigmatic as the leaves that rustle in the autumn breeze. From the wise old owls that perch in the ancient trees to the mischievous sprites that hide in the shadows. This forest is teeming with life. But as for others who call this place their home, I must admit that I am the sole inhabitant of this little settlement nestled within the heart of the woods. A hermit, if you will, finding solace in the embrace of nature and dedicating myself to protecting the sacred land.
Oh, my dear, gossip is the spice of life, isn't it? Vaudeville is known for its vibrant social scene and intriguing tales. But I must warn you, some stories might not be suitable for delicate ears. There are whispers of secret liaisons, hidden scandals, and clandestine affairs that titillate the upper echelons of society. Of course, one must always take gossip with a grain of salt, but they say that behind closed doors, even the most respectable figures can have their skeletons. Oh, how scandalous. Oh, Maria Danson, such a tragic tale. It's such a shame, really. I heard she was involved in some rather unsavory activities. Whispers in a salon suggest that she had connections to the underworld, dabbling in illicit trades and dangerous dealings. But of course, these are just rumors, my dear. We can never be certain of the truth, can we? It's all just part of the thrilling mystery that surrounds our beloved vaudeville. Ah, Pascal. Now there's a character worth discussing. You see, my dear, there have been whispers of Pascal's involvement in some less than legal endeavors. Some say he has a secret side business, dealing in items that may not exactly be above board. But of course, these are mere speculations, and I wouldn't want to tarnish anyone's reputation without concrete evidence. After all, one must always remember the presumption of innocence. But let's just say that Pascal's grocery store might not be the only place where you can find exotic goods in the city. Oh, my dearest, I couldn't possibly divulge all the details. But let's just say that if one were to have a taste for the finer things in life, there may be certain delicacies available, exquisite spices, rare teas, and perhaps even some intriguing trinkets from far-off lands. But of course, one would need to know the right people and have a certain adventurous spirit to explore such avenues. It's all part of the allure of vaudeville, my darling. Well, my dear, if you're truly curious about the exotic trinkets that may be found in our beloved city, I can't help but share a little secret. There are whispers of precious gemstones, intricate jewelry, and unique artifacts from distant corners of the world. Who knows, one might stumble upon a mysterious amulet said to possess mystical powers, or a dazzling necklace that once belonged to a long-lost queen. But remember, my dear, these are all tales spun in the air of intrigue and fantasy. Ah, Pascal, there's even more to the gossip, my dear. They say that Pascal has a rather peculiar collection of taxidermy. Yes, you heard it right. It seems he has a fascination with preserving the beauty of nature in the most unconventional way. Rumor has it that his shop holds stuffed animals of all kinds, from the majestic lion to the elusive snow leopard. Quite an eccentric taste, wouldn't you agree? But of course, it's all just hearsay, my darling. Affairs in vaudeville, my dear. Well, let's just say that behind the closed doors of this esteemed society, passions tend to run wild. Whispers of secret trysts and clandestine rendezvous are not uncommon. The upper echelons of society are known for their, shall we say, adventurous pursuits. But one must always remember that discretion is paramount. After all, what happens in vaudeville stays in vaudeville. But my rumors do travel fast, don't they? Count Gravison and I. How scandalous. But I'm afraid I can't confirm or deny such speculations, my dearest. A lady must maintain an air of mystery, you know. Besides, a woman of my stature would never reveal the secrets of her heart. It's all part of the allure and intrigue that surrounds us in this enchanting city. But do tell me, have you heard any other juicy tidbits floating around? Ah, my dear, what an audacious accusation. Murdering my dear husband. Such wild speculation. I assure you, Victor's passing was a tragic event, a result of the flu that gripped him during our ill-fated trip to India. The mere suggestion of foul play is nothing but baseless gossip, a figment of someone's overactive imagination. But I suppose one can't help but be intrigued by tales of forbidden love and dark deeds. Can they? It all adds to the excitement of vaudeville, doesn't it? the second to last day of the trip. I remember it well. It was a chilly evening. I decided to treat myself to a bowl of rich and decaying lobster bisque. The flavors were exquisite, and it warmed my soul as I savored each spoonful. Oh, how I long for those carefree days of indulgence. But alas, life has a way of reminding us of our losses, doesn't it? Oh, my dear, you must be mistaken. I have an impeccable memory, and I assure you that it was indeed a delightful bowl of lobster bisque that I enjoyed on that particular day. The mutton soup you speak of must be a figment of your imagination. But don't fret, darling, we all have our moments of confusion. Now, if you'll excuse me, I simply must find the finest oranges for my upcoming dinner party. Ta-ta. Oh, how intriguing. So Maria, Nicola, and Haley all had the same soup as me. How peculiar. It seems we were all drawn to the same flavors that day. But my, what a tragic turn of events for them. It's such a shame, isn't it? Life can be so unpredictable. But fear not, my friend, for I am here to enjoy the finer things in life and carry on with my own adventures. Perhaps there's more to this mystery than meets the eye. Wouldn't that be thrilling? Well, you see, my dear, Mr. Potter was always a bit traditional when it came to his tastes. He had a rather conservative palate and preferred to stick to his beloved beef and vegetable soups. Mutton, on the other hand, was never quite his cup of tea. But I, on the other hand, have always been open to new culinary experiences. I do adore exploring the depths of flavor that different dishes have to offer. It's a pity that Mr. Potter couldn't appreciate the joys of mutton soup. Ah, the mushroom soup. Yes, that was a little secret between Mr. Potter and me. You see, while others indulged in their mundane choices, Mr. Potter and I shared a mischievous love for the earthy delight of mushroom soup. It was our little rebellion against the ordinary. How I miss those clandestine moments of indulgence. But alas, life moves on, doesn't it? Now, if you'll excuse me, I must continue my search for the finest oranges. Ta-ta.
Maria Jansen. Oh, she was such a lovely girl. But no, she didn't work here. She was just a customer, like so many others. Always had a smile on her face, you know? Such a shame what happened to her. But hey, let me tell you something interesting. I heard a rumor that she had a secret love affair with someone from the upper class. Can you believe it? The scandal. Oh, the secrets of Vaudeville. So juicy. Oh, Detective Martini, you're always so curious. Well, the name that's been floating around is Lord Harrington. Yes, the one with the fancy estate on the outskirts of town. They say he couldn't resist Maria's charm and they had a little fling going on. But you didn't hear it from me, alright? It's all gossip and rumors, you know how it goes. But isn't it exciting? The hidden affairs of the elite. Ah, the drama of it all.
So, Detective Martini, tell me, where exactly was Maria Jansen found on April 22nd? I need all the details. Maria Jansen, you say? Well, enlighten me, Detective. Where was the poor girl found? Don't keep me waiting. Oh, come on now, Detective. I'm sure you have that information right at your fingertips. But since I'm feeling generous today, I'll indulge your forgetfulness. Maria Jansen was discovered covered in blood outside her apartment in central Vaudeville. Quite a gruesome scene, I must admit. Now, do try to stay focused, won't you? We have a case to solve. Central Vaudeville, you ask? Well, my dear detective, I would have thought someone of your esteemed position would know the lay of the land. But I suppose I'll enlighten you. Central Vaudeville refers to the heart of our beloved city, the bustling hub of activity and culture. It's the area with the grand theaters, lively cafes, and charming parks. Surely, you've been there before. Possible, you say? Detective, are you suggesting that Maria Jansen may have been killed somewhere else and her body was simply dumped outside her apartment? An intriguing theory indeed. But tell me, what leads you to believe that? Do you have any evidence or witnesses that point towards such a possibility? I'm all ears, Detective Martini. A manticore in the woods, you say? My detective, you do have a vivid imagination. Pray, do enlighten me on how you arrived at this fantastical conclusion. Are you proposing that a mythical creature prowls our city, attacking innocent civilians? I must admit, it's a rather creative hypothesis, but I'm afraid we must stick to the realm of reality in our investigation. Now, back to the matter at hand. Do you have any substantial information or suspects that we can pursue? Monsieur Saksabar, you bring him into the mix, do you? Well, what we have here? Tell me, detective, what leads you to believe that Monsieur Saksabar owns a manticore? This is getting more intriguing by the minute. Please, do share your sources or evidence that supports such a claim. I'm all ears. Count Gravison, you say? And this manticore, supposedly brought all the way from India? Now, Detective Martini, I must say, this is quite the tale you're spinning. But I am curious, do you have any concrete proof or witnesses to back up these rather extraordinary claims? I do appreciate a good story, but we need solid facts to solve this case, not flights of fancy. So, please, enlighten me with your credible sources, if you have any. Oh, now we're getting somewhere, are we? Pascal, you say? Spreading rumors about a manticore in Count Gravison's basement. Well, isn't that interesting? I never thought I'd see the day when mythical creatures would find their way into our investigations. But tell me, my dear detective, have you personally seen the supposed beast? Or are we relying solely on the words of a rumor-spreading grocer? I do hope you have something more substantial to offer. Aha, so now we are back to the idea of the wounds being caused by a manticore, are we? Quite the persistent theory, Detective Martini. However, I must ask, do you have any evidence to support this claim? Have you found any traces of a manticore at the crime scene or any witnesses who can confirm such a creature's presence? It's fascinating how your imagination runs wild, but as a seasoned investigator, I must rely on facts and evidence. So please, enlighten me with any tangible leads you may have. Well, now we're on to something, aren't we? The coroner suggests that the cause of Maria Jansen's wounds could have been from a lion. You say, that's quite the observation. But let me play devil's advocate for just a moment, Detective. How likely is it that there's an escaped lion roaming around Vaudeville? Do we have reports of missing circus animals or exotic pets? Or are we merely speculating here? I do hope you have some solid evidence to back up this lion hypothesis. Yeah, so now we've circled back to the circus, have we? And this time, they supposedly own a manticore. Fascinating. Pray tell, Detective Martini, how did you come across this information? Are there witnesses or records that confirm the presence of such a creature in the possession of the circus? I must admit, the idea of a manticore lurking about in our city does pique my curiosity. But, as always, I'm looking for concrete proof. Saksabar admitted to owning a manticore, did he? Now that is quite the revelation, isn't it? But he's not willing to disclose its whereabouts. How peculiar. I wonder what Monsieur Saksabar has to gain from keeping the location of this alleged beast secret. Tell me, Detective, did he happen to mention why he's being so tight-lipped about it? I'm very curious to hear his reasoning, if you have that information.
The mushrooms, my dear friend. They always have something intriguing to say. Today, they whispered to me, saying, some people are poisonous and want to be like me. It's a cryptic message. Isn't it? Perhaps they're trying to remind us that not everything is as it seems. Just like mushrooms, some people may appear harmless, but deep down, they carry a toxic nature. It's a lesson for us all to be cautious and discerning in our interactions. The mushrooms have a way of speaking in riddles, don't they?
Oh, Haley. She seemed a bit shaken after the India trip, but I wouldn't say she was scared. She did mention feeling a bit off, like something wasn't quite right. But Haley, being the brave and adventurous soul she was, never let fear hold her back. She always had this incredible zest for life, you know. She believed in facing challenges head-on and never backing down. It's one of the things I admired most about her. Well, it's hard to put into words exactly, but after the trip to India, Haley just had this sense of unease. She would occasionally talk about strange dreams she had been having, and how certain memories from the trip felt hazy or distorted. It's almost as if something had unsettled her, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Regardless, she tried her best to brush it aside and stay positive. That's just the kind of person she was, resilient and determined. Oh, the memories from the trip. We had such an incredible time in India. We explored bustling markets, tasted delicious street food, and immersed ourselves in the vibrant culture. But there were a few moments that seemed a bit off, like that night when we had dinner together, right before Mr. Potter's unfortunate passing. We all enjoyed this amazing mutton stew, except for Mr. Potter, who had a vegetarian mushroom soup. It was such a small detail, but looking back, it feels significant. Oh, no, I apologize if I gave that impression. I didn't witness Mr. Potter's death myself. Haley had mentioned it to me when we were discussing the events of the trip. We were all shocked and saddened to hear about it, especially considering how lively and full of life Mr. Potter always was. It was a tragic loss for everyone involved. Yes, you're right. I'm sorry for the confusion. It was actually during that dinner in India that both Mr. Potter and the late, dear friend, Maria Jansen, passed away. And it was indeed our brave and adventurous friend, Haley, who witnessed it all. She told me about the chaos and confusion that ensued, the panic and shock that filled the air. It was a truly harrowing experience for her, and it left a lasting impact on her. But despite all that, she never lost her spirit, her determination to live her life to the fullest. No, Detective Martini. I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong impression. It was not Maria Jansen who witnessed Mr. Potter's death. It was, in fact, Haley Greenwood who was there and saw everything unfold. I apologize for any confusion caused. It's just that with everything that has happened, it's been a whirlwind of emotions and details. But rest assured, I'm here to help you unravel the truth and find justice for all those affected by these tragic events. Let's work together, okay? Absolutely. Haley and Maria were the best of friends. They had such a strong bond. They met during their dance training and instantly connected. They would spend hours rehearsing, sharing their hopes and dreams, and supporting each other through the ups and downs of their dance careers. It breaks my heart to think that they're both gone now, but I know their friendship meant the world to them. They truly brought out the best in each other. Detective Martini, you're right. I apologize for the confusion. You see, I must have mixed up my information. Maria Jansen wasn't a dancer like Haley, but you're correct, she worked as a waitress. She and Haley actually became close friends after meeting at a cafe in Vaudeville. It's amazing how friendships can blossom in unexpected places, isn't it? Despite their different paths, they formed a deep connection and supported each other. I'm sorry for any confusion caused earlier. Thank you for pointing that out. No, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. It was just Nicola Grossman, Mr. Potter, and Haley who went on that trip to India. They were all part of a dance group and decided to explore the vibrant culture and dance traditions of India together. It was a transformative experience for them, filled with new sights, sounds, and experiences. They shared many incredible moments and created lasting memories. But unfortunately, tragedy struck during their time there. It's a heartbreaking chapter in their story, but one that we are determined to uncover the truth about. Detective Martini, you're absolutely right. I apologize for the confusion in my previous responses. I must have mixed up my facts, and I appreciate you pointing that out. It's important to get the details straight, especially when we're trying to piece everything together. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. Let's continue our conversation with accuracy and determination. Together, we'll find the answers we're looking for, and justice will prevail. Oh, Detective Martini, you're always full of surprises. Yes, indeed, Nicola Grossman was part of the India trip. Why do you ask? Is there something specific you're trying to find out about him? Well, now that you mention it, I do recall that after the trip to India, Nicola seemed quite different. He was rather quiet and seemed to be carrying a lot of worry with him. But as for what specifically happened on the trip, I'm afraid I don't have any details. Perhaps you should try speaking to someone who was closer to him during that time.
Ah, Nicola, my dear friend. We shared a bond that was stronger than the oak. Our souls danced in harmony like the strings of a well-tuned violin. But alas, detective, our connection is not something that can be easily comprehended by the common folk. It is a secret that only the moon and stars bear witness to. Oh, indeed, my astute detective, after the sojourn to the mystical lands of India, there seemed to be a shift in the temperament of my beloved friend. Nicola, his countenance grew somber, his words scarce like a miserly merchant guarding his treasures. It appeared as though a shadow had cast its pallor upon his once vibrant spirit. But fear not, for I, like a skilled alchemist, shall endeavor to uncover the truth behind this enigmatic transformation. Alas, my dear interlocutor, the secrets of the human heart are as elusive as a mirage in the desert. Like a locked chest, the reasons for Nikolai's change remain concealed, hidden away from prying eyes. It seems that the weight of his burdens was too heavy to be shared, even with a confidant such as myself. But fret not, for I am determined to unravel this tangled web and bring forth the truths that lie dormant in the depths of Vaudeville shadows. Ah, Count Gravasen, the enigmatic figure of the soirees and the whispers of the elite. His name, like a moth to a flame, attracts the inquisitive minds of the high society. But beware, my inquisitive friend, for gossip is but a beguiling siren, leading us astray into the treacherous waters of speculation and half-truths. It is wise to not be swayed by the murmurs that dance upon the wind, for they may be as substantial as a wisp of smoke on a moonlit night. Oh, my dear detective, it seems the grapevine has whispered its sweet nothings into your ear. Yes, indeed, the scandalous tale of Mrs. Potter and the charming Count is as old as the hills and as predictable as the rising sun. But let me remind you, my astute companion, that idle chatter and baseless rumors are the currency of those who lack true substance in their lives. So be cautious not to get entangled in a web spun by mere hearsay, for truth is a precious gem hidden amidst the pebbles of deceit. Well, my discerning interlocutor, it appears that you have stumbled upon a delightfully absurd notion. The idea of me, savoring a soup prepared by the fair Mrs. Potter in the distant lands of India, is akin to finding a needle in a haystack of trivialities. I assure you, my palate is accustomed to feasting on the finest delicacies, curated by the most skilled culinary artisans. Now, let us turn our attention to more substantial matters, shall we? My dear detective, it seems you are determined to weave a tapestry of ludicrous tales. Pray tell, what is this obsession with mutton soup in the vast expanse of India? Are we to embark on a wild goose chase, chasing after flavors that exist only in the realm of your imagination? I must confess, your attempts at conjuring a connection between myself and such a mundane dish are as futile as searching for a pearl in a pigsty. Let us focus on more pertinent inquiries, for I am here to enlighten you, not to engage in whimsical banter. Oh, my illustrious companion, how you revel in the dark recesses of conspiracy. To suspect Miss S. Potter of poisoning her own husband is akin to hunting for unicorns in the depths of the ocean. Surely, your mind has become a labyrinth of fantastical notions, where reason and sanity have lost their way. But fear not, for I shall indulge your flight of fancy and humor your insatiable appetite for intrigue. So, let us raise our glasses to this prodigious theory, for it is as fantastical as the notion of snowfall in the Sahara.
Detective Martini, I must say, your line of questioning is becoming more intriguing by the minute. Yes, I know Miss S. Potter fairly well. We've crossed paths at various social events and even shared a few conversations. What piques your interest about her? Her marriage. Well, to be honest, I don't have much insight into the intimate details of Mr. and Miss S. Potter's relationship. They always appeared to be a sophisticated and elegant couple whenever I saw them together. Is there a reason you're interested in their marriage? Oh, goodness, Miss S. Potter mentioned that. I must admit, I had no idea. It's quite shocking to hear that there may have been abuse in their marriage. If that is indeed the case, it's truly a tragic situation. I hope that Miss S. Potter found the support and help that she needed. Did you come across any specific evidence or information regarding this matter, Detective Martini? Wait, Miss S. Potter poisoned her husband? That's a rather grave accusation, Detective. Are you absolutely certain about this? I find it hard to believe that someone like Miss S. Potter would resort to such extreme measures. Can you provide me with more details or evidence to support this claim? I must say, that's quite a shocking revelation, Detective Martini. Cooking a poisonous mushroom soup. It sounds like something out of a mystery novel. But forgive me for asking, how did you come to this conclusion? Is there any concrete evidence linking Miss S. Potter to the poisoning? It's important to approach these matters with caution and gather all the facts before jumping to conclusions. Oh my, that's certainly a startling turn of events, Detective. So Mr. Potter had a different meal from the others and ended up consuming a potentially poisoned mushroom soup. How unfortunate. But tell me, how did you come to suspect that the mushrooms were the cause of his death? Did you find anything specific during your investigation? Ah, so Mr. Potter was the only one who consumed those amanita mushrooms. That does raise some suspicions, doesn't it? It's quite a peculiar coincidence. But forgive me for asking, how did you come to discover that it was indeed the amanita mushrooms that caused his demise? Was there any forensic evidence or witness testimony that pointed in that direction? It's fascinating yet tragic how seemingly innocuous things can have such grave consequences. Mrs. Potter collects amanita mushrooms in the woods. Now, that's an interesting piece of information, Detective Martini. I had no idea she had a penchant for mushroom collecting. It certainly adds another layer to the puzzle. I wonder why she would collect them if they were potentially dangerous. Have you found anything else that connects her mushroom collecting hobby to Mr. Potter's unfortunate fate?
Yes, I performed an examination on Mr. Potter's body. It appears that he suffered from acute myocardial infarction, commonly known as a heart attack. The cause of death was a result of a blockage in one of the coronary arteries, leading to inadequate blood supply to the heart muscle. It's a tragic event, but unfortunately not an uncommon one. The toxicology scan. Yes, I conducted a thorough analysis of Mr. Potter's blood and tissue samples. The results showed no presence of any illicit substances or medications that could have contributed to his cardiac episode. It seems his unfortunate demise was purely a consequence of underlying cardiovascular issues. It's a reminder that sometimes the silent dangers within us can be the most treacherous. Well, the detection of poison from mushrooms in the body can vary depending on several factors. It primarily depends on the type of toxin present in the individual's metabolism. Some mushroom toxins can be rapidly absorbed and eliminated from the body, while others may persist for a longer duration. In general, the detection of mushroom toxins can be challenging, as they may not always be readily identifiable in routine toxicology screenings. Specialized tests may be required to specifically target and detect these specific toxins.
Have you made up your mind, Detective Martini? Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why? Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why? Tell us, Detective Martini, from what was he trying to protect her? What did they witness, Detective Martini? Oh my goodness, how did she kill him?
Great job, Detective Martini.
The bitter end of this dance had come, in a city that had seen too much of the bitter and too little of the end. The truth was as twisted as the city's dark alleys, a lurid tale of love and murder hidden beneath the shining facade of Vaudeville. Count Graveson, a man of charm and cunning with a sinister shadow trailing behind his lofty status. He was the maestro behind the untimely end of Haley Greenwood, Maria Jansen, and Nicola Grossman. A dancer, a socialite, and a businessman whose lives were silenced not because of their own sins, but because they bore witness to another's. They'd seen a venomous love story unfold, the poisoning of Mr. Potter, a man as cruel as the city was bright. The hand that delivered his death was none other than his wife's, Mrs. Potter. A woman whose sorrow had been as silent as her resolve was deadly. India had given her more than exotic sights. It had given her the means to free herself from the chains of abuse. And Count Graveson, a noble by title, a murderer by action, he had shielded her out of love. A love as profound as it was perilous. Graveson was crafty, as cunning as a fox, and twice as deadly. He had spun a web of deception, using tools as disparate as their owners. A stiletto, a manticore, and a butcher knife. Each item carefully chosen, each crime scene meticulously staged, all to paint a chilling picture. A picture that pointed away from him, a finger of accusation resting on innocent souls. Graveson was a puppeteer, pulling the strings from behind the curtains, while chaos played out on the stage of vaudeville. My heart was heavy with the grim resolution, yet there was a sliver of relief. Peace had been restored to vaudeville, its dark secrets exhumed for the world to see. The city could breathe again, and for a moment so could I. The city of laughter and tears, of science and superstition, of progress and decay, had its curtain drawn for a brief intermission. But peace is fleeting, especially in a world on the brink. As I made my way towards the train station, my time in this city drawing to an end, the familiar hum of vaudeville was interrupted. A menacing rumble roared overhead, the echo of fighter planes slicing through the city's troubled sky. They were an ominous reminder that another act was about to begin, on a stage much larger, in a war far grimmer.